Hello and welcome to tonight's broadcast. We're Saturday Night Live right now. Please ignore my very shitty, ratty looking mustache. I'm hoping that it will look a little bit better in a few weeks. Right now, it's not looking that great, and I'm feeling pretty self-conscious about it. And I said to myself, well, you gotta start somewhere. You gotta start somewhere. What happened was I don't know how to trim a mustache, so I just ended up shaving off the whole thing. I said, I'll just start over because I was really liking it before. I don't know why I'm telling you about this. I just am. Welcome to part 3 of Grimm Tales. This is the massive history deep dive with Jim the Tank Dorsey, aka Johnathan Grimm, aka Frankentank, aka Tank, aka the Humungus, any and all names you can imagine. For I mean, he's the man of 1,000 names, really, if you consider all that. He's done a lot of cosplaying, you consider all of that too. We got Sherm Smoke in the audience. What's going on? Right, yeah, he's the Tank. Tyson is here. Good evening. And in any case, we are going to pick up right where we left off, hopefully, and continue on with this deep dive history. One thing, wow, Sherm, that's high praise from Sherm here, who says that Tank is one of my best guests. I have to agree because he's thorough, he's detailed, Dick Snyder in the house. What? Dick Snyder. Hola, Biz. Steve is here. How you doing, Steve Lucas? What's going on? Okay, so what was I saying? Oh, yeah, real quick housekeeping item. I'll probably mention this again when there's more eyeballs on the screen. If you are a Patreon or a YouTube member, have the 4th part of Eerie Vaughn up on or available for members right now. This is probably going to be a 7-part series with Eerie Vaughn. It was a 5-hour, 15-minute conversation with Eerie Vaughn, stretching from Misfits all the way through Danzig. I mean, we covered everything. And I put him through his paces in the same way that we put Tank through his paces, and poor Mr. Jim was put through his paces, and how we will put Franche Coma through his paces come this January. So keep your eyes peeled for that. If you want to see it now, it will be eventually on the channel. Parts 2 and 3 will not, though. So if you want the full enchilada, you got to go on YouTube. You got to become a YouTube member. You got to become a Patreon. Big shout out to my YouTube members and Patreons for all of their support. Really appreciate all you guys. Okay, enough preamble. Let's wait a minute. This is technically a streaming Evilive show, which means we have to start it off the streaming Evilive way. This is for Rue Morgue. This is how he always likes. He's like, we got to do it in the digital green room. He's huffing and puffing, raring to talk a mile a minute.
Jeff is gonna talk about the Misfits right now. He's a nerd about this stuff, obsessed anyhow. Jeff never shuts his face, always needs to talk. Might be some weight if he went out for a walk. Do you think Danzig cares? He doesn't care. He's out in Ranch.
Okay, let's pull him out. Let's knock. We're gonna knock on the green room door. Hey, Tank, it's your time to come on. It's your time to come on. Oh, there he is.
Well. If it isn't Mr. Frumess, Mr. Sunglasses himself.
That's right. Yeah.
Don't think you can't be showing up with the snazzy glasses, pal.
You gotta have the sunglasses on, because sometimes, and not with you, but sometimes I roll my eyes so hard that they go to the back of my brain. And so the sunglasses, they keep the poker face. Not with you, Tank. Not with you. But sometimes you need the glasses. The glasses hide all. The glasses.
I think you need them tonight just so you can block the light that's behind my head.
It's not. Yeah, you're very conscious about that. It's not that bad. I think it's fine.
Well,
I'm more
relegated to the rec room tonight. You can see the garage door behind me.
I'm more worried about my ratty mustache than I am your bright light. How about
I wasn't
that?
gonna say nothing, but yeah, it's pretty bad, bro.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Don't worry, it's gonna get better. Once I get the 5 o'clock shadow going, that's what I want. I want a 5 o'clock shadow of my little mustache. All right, enough about me. Enough about me. This is about you tonight. This is about you. Let's talk about you. Okay, so
fair enough.
by the way, a couple of things. One, Tank and I were discussing. So first of all, after this, and we'll probably again mention this at the height of viewership. Hopefully, we get some eyeballs tonight. There's going to be a massive Q&A episode. So we're going to finish the history, and then Tank is going to come back on here, and we're just going to be taking questions, man. I'm going to be moderating. Tank's going to be taking questions. If he likes your question, he's going to answer it. If he doesn't,
how many guys do you think are going to ask me for my number?
Yeah, it's very possible. You might have to get the fake one out, or the hotline. The Tank hotline. We'll do that. The other thing. Do you want to briefly mention your conundrum now? Yeah. Well,
we have
go ahead.
A potentially dire situation here, fellow Misfits fiends. I obviously I worked for the band for 13 years. I did a lot of graphic stuff for them, the newsletters, you name it. It was all on a hard drive in a well, at the time, a new Mac. It's now an old Mac. But that hard drive has seized. And yeah, some of that stuff is backed up, but I can't guarantee that all of it is on a disc, a DVD. You know what? Let me get serious here, folks. We might need your help. See, look, wow. Now you're talking really serious. We got the eyeballs here. Long story short, does anybody out there have the resources to resurrect a seized up hard drive? Because there's history on this hard drive that we cannot access. I brought it to one of those geek shops, and they were like, yeah, we can send that out to get it fixed. It's like $1,000. I'm like, okay, not doing that. So put word out. If you know somebody who could do it, doesn't have to be free, but cheaper would be, beautiful. If we got to run a fundraiser or something, we got to do it. But this thing's been sitting in the corner over here for months because I will not get rid of it. There's too much history sitting there to risk it just vanishing from us. So let's put our collective heads together, see if we can do something.
It's one of those weird conundrums because on one hand, it's like, oh, this is not something I use daily in my life. Like there's no, it's like something, it's probably files that you haven't, some of which you probably haven't seen in decades. However, at the same time, it's everything you just said. It's history. It's your history. It's your artistry. It's this weird in-between place where these fucking digital files that are made out of zeros and ones, it's not like this tangible object that I can, I'm putting it on my shelf in a box.
Yeah. So frustrating.
I'm a little froggy tonight.
Right?
Yeah.
You're getting worked up there, Jeff. Take it easy.
A little bit. I'm a little verklempt.
No, Jeff, you might remember this. Weren't you running the Q&A?
Yeah, I just was about to say that. Yeah. That shirt, that's the shirt. I did the Q&As. The honor. I was asked by Tank and Faye to conduct the very cheeky, very raunchy.
Anything you do with Vernon Wells is going to be cheeky and raunchy, no doubt.
Yeah, I realized that if I'm going to survive this, I'm going to have to lean into that. That's just the way you got to do it. And we got some great Q&A audience questions where they asked some weird ones, and Vernon went for some of which Vernon didn't care for, and others did. And I had to explain to Vernon Wells what a queef was, and it was great. He was
I missed that part. I'm sorry. What is it? What is that? What could you elaborate?
It is the air that escapes from the lady parts of a lady. Yes, and that was the hardest part because there was a mixed crowd. At that place, I was like, how do I say this in an appropriate way?
And from what I've been told, it's always the man's fault. You're the one who pumped it in there. Like,
right. Well, I was just like, how do I say this delicately? And I'm telling this to the guy who was in the Road Warrior, who played Wes in the Road Warrior, because he doesn't know that. And
Weird Science, by the way.
Weird Science. But it's just funny because it's like he doesn't know that. It's crazy. I digress.
Awesome. That's pretty awesome.
Digress.
Yeah.
But okay, so we've been going through this history. This is part 3. Check out parts 1 and part 2. Combined total of 7.5 hours
My head is spinning already.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, like when,
Sorry,
sometimes
guys.
people complain and they're like, they're like,
Cut this short, maybe.
yeah, like, but
Get to the point, man.
you want to know something? Like if you're at your job, I hear this from people from time to time. I'm at work and I listen to the show and the show gets me through my shift. And to me, that's greater than a trophy. That's greater than a gold certificate or whatever, any kind of accolade. That to me, like, makes my heart flutter, like in a way you can't imagine. So let's give them what they want.
I was on a podcast. We recorded Tuesday night for the game that I play, Star Wars.
Right,
We've got
right.
a huge match coming up tomorrow. Actually, some people coming in from Boston to play this thing. So the podcast dropped yesterday morning, and we got in the car today. My wife and my son and little Audrey, and just to go to the other side of town for lunch. And it kicked on. And the podcast was playing, and me talking, and my wife's like, "You're listening to a podcast of yourself?" I'm like, well, yeah, we had so much fun recording it that listening back to it's just as much fun. I mean,
well,
yeah,
hold on a second. What you could explain in the future, and there's absolutely nothing wrong. There's nothing conceited, and there's nothing wrong with listening back to a podcast you were on. And I'll tell you something, I do it more frequently than you would think, and I'll tell you why. For a very specific reason. Because much like the way that a football player will watch their performance to see how they can improve, I always want to try and be better, or I always want to see what didn't click, or how the diction is. Like there's so much to sort of review. So on certain episodes, when I'm unsure of how it went or whatever, or when I think it went really well, I will watch back and sort of take mental notes of like, okay, dude, that's good, that's effective, that's not so effective. And so I don't see anything wrong with that.
Okay. Speaking of your show and watching it, my wife and I every 2 weeks, every full moon, every new moon, we run the photo booth at this event called Lunar Fair, which is like a witchcraft sort of festival. And the photo booth's a big, we set up a cool like purple black backdrop. I blow smoke around there. I bring in my collection of real skulls and let them pose under this neon sign that says Lunar Fair. And it's funny, people actually read the sign that says, yes, the skulls are real. And they're like, as they're holding a human skull, like, yeah, except the human ones, right? I'm like, no, they're real. I cannot believe Nick Long is watching from across the freaking pond. Holy crap. The Hobbit is here. We got some stories to tell about Nick. Just wait.
Okay.
So they were running a generator the last event we were at, and I had to go meet with the guy who was setting everything up. And I introduced myself. I'm like, hey, my name's Tank. And he pauses. He goes, Tank as in John Grimm? I'm like, yeah, you know who I am? He's like, yeah, I watched the Jeff Frumess show. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. So what's
for real?
Yeah,
that's so funny.
It's funny because when my wife first spoke with him, she's like, yeah, I don't know how easy it's going to be for us to get power. I feel like I'm kind of hitting the wall here. And then after I introduced myself, it's like, yeah, we're good. We got anything we need here. it's all set up, man. So yeah, very cool.
I love hearing stuff like that. That makes me feel good too. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Okay. So let's get down to the nitty gritty here. Let's jog our memory for a minute. We sort of jumped around. I went back and I listened a little bit. I know Tank listened a little bit too, just to try and find our place. Again, 4 hours long. So I scrubbed a little bit and we jumped all over. We were talking about Marky Ramone. We were talking about, we were just talking about a lot of different stuff. We were talking about something with the Fiend Club, I think, because we were taking random questions at the end. But where I really remember us leaving off is the Misfits have recorded American Psycho. You told me you were in the studio for that, and then you guys embarked out supporting American Psycho, playing with Anthrax, and also Megadeth, or
separate tours,
but you're both, because I remember you started, I don't know which tour it was. You started off a tour where everything was like there was a lot of camaraderie, and then something happened and things got a little strained.
That was Megadeth.
Okay,
Anthrax,
so
there was always cool camaraderie. Right. Anthrax was like one of the most chill bands. It was Cannibal Corpse, Anthrax, and sometimes Life of Agony was on that tour. They kind of did a Salman Rushdie and just kind of popped up here and there. But the Anthrax tour, lots of fun, great guys.
Right.
Megadeth tour started out, seemed like a good time.
Right.
But once we were, showing them up, we weren't having such a good time anymore.
Right. That's what had happened. And then I think that we put a cap in it because we were in 1997. We went from 94 to 97, and now we are. So all right. So how about this? All right. So here's an official starting place. What roughly, if you could remember, again, we're jogging memory. This is multiple decades that Tank is jogging his mind.
I better drink some more energy drink here.
I like that. Rain. That's a good one. Rain. I like Rain. What is that? Is that the watermelon flavor?
Cherry limeade.
Oh, the cherry limeade. That's good too. I like both of them. The orange dreamsicle is good.
Have you found the strawberry jalapeno yet? Or that
no.
might be. I think that's Rain or that's Bang. One of the two.
Bang is good. I like the Bang ones as well. But my brother laughed at me when he saw me drinking a Bang one day, and he goes, "Dude, you don't work out. You have no business drinking creatine." And I was like, "Yeah, I know." But like, no. But the point is that like, if you're not working out, you shouldn't be ingesting creatine.
Right.
And, like, I'm not working out. I'm just like ingesting creatine. It's just
I got branch chain amino acids here. I got
BCCA, right?
BCCA, BC branch chain amino acid.
Oh, that's what that is. Yeah,
it's funny. They call it BCAA aminos, but it's actually branch chain amino acid aminos. Wait a minute, that's kind of redundant. Anyway,
right.
We do have some house cleaning to address. I made a slip up, a little faux pas. I think it was part 2. We were talking about when Michael came on board, how he didn't know any Misfits material. We had to teach him everything because I said that he was a Rancid fan. He was not a Rancid fan. He was a huge Bad Religion fan. That's what he was into. I don't know if his girlfriend Rachel was as well, but I know Rachel's good friend Kylie was a huge Bad Religion fan. So that's kind of like their group of friends. That was like their thing.
Right.
But yeah, Misfits was totally new to him.
I think that this is important to do, even though it's tiny, insignificant details. It's important to have it right. And
I'm the kind of guy that unless I know with 100% fact, because I was there and watched it happen, I will never state something to be, completely true,
right?
Without that. And if I'm not 100% sure, I'll let you know. I'm pretty sure, but I could be wrong. I think it was X. So I'm a very straight shooter in that regard.
No, that is the best way to be.
Right.
I strive for that. As well.
You might miss the mark horribly, but you strive for it. So that's good.
You strive for it. That's all that matters. So really, when you finished that Megadeth tour?
Yeah, that was 97, summer 97.
Okay, summer of 97. So now that's what I was going for. So we have just gotten out of summer of 97. What comes?
Did we talk about how that tour ended? Like the hijinks of the last show?
We might have, but why don't you just refresh
I think
our
we
memory?
talked about the giant roll of the paper towel roll that looked like a giant roll of toilet paper, and we all signed it and sent it to Dave as a gift. Jerry wrote on it after a mega dump. We like to take a mega wipe.
No, I don't think I knew that either. Okay.
Well, let me back up. So Jerry was after the tour, and Dave had just turned screws every which way he could. And so at the end of every tour, bands will play pranks on each other. It's tradition. Last show, anything goes.
Sure.
They didn't actually pull anything with us. I don't think Dave allowed it. But let's see, Chud and I think Frankie Cheese and myself, might have just been the three of us. We had a huge case of toilet paper because we were playing some big stadium in Phoenix, an indoor stadium, and we just yanked it out of the backstage area. And we put disguises on. Like I put Michael's top hat on. Like they weren't going to know who I was because I had this, crazy top hat on. Judd had on. Like I don't remember. But they were the stupidest disguises. Like I don't know. We didn't really think we were fooling anybody.
Just mustaches.
Yeah, right. And we run it on stage during like one of their last songs in the encore, maybe "Angry Again" or something like that. And we bust open this case of toilet paper. And we just start launching them, like streamers out into the crowd. Thinking how that, that'll be funny, but it shouldn't be like too bad, right? Well, what we didn't think about the fact was the repercussions of the crowd going, oh yeah, it's on, and now all those rolls of toilet paper are flying back up on the stage, and it in a matter of probably not even minutes, seconds, the stage was covered in this toilet paper. It was just all
Mega
over.
TP.
Like, oh my god! So I think from that, when on our way home, Jerry was like in a men's room, and he goes to pull some paper towels out of the dispenser, and the lid pops open, and inside is what looks like a mega roll of toilet paper, and he's like, "Oh, this is too good to be true." So he pops it out. He takes it on the bus and says, "Everybody sign this. After a mega dipe, we like to mega dump. We like to take a mega wipe." We all signed it. We mailed it to Dave. Hopefully he got it. I don't know. Hopefully he got the humor in it too. But that was just our little like, okay. But typical end of tour kind of shit.
At least he had a lot of paper to wipe away his tears.
Oh yes, indeed. It was a full roll too, so he's probably still using it today. So yeah, wrapping up the Megadeth tour. Yeah, we talked about. I worked with that guy, the actual like professional merch guy that was actually getting paid like real money.
Right.
So it was like a step up into like actually. It's the first year or so like touring with the band. I was there because like wow, I'm touring with the band. I'd be paying to do this if I had to. It actually turned into like, well, I'm not working any other job. I'm doing this. I need to actually make money doing this. And so that was slowly turning into like a real, not a career yet at that point, but it was turning into something I could live on.
Right.
So, yeah.
I just went on Misfit Central to try and pull up some like tour dates or anything, just so I can have like a idea. And Misfit Central is down. I got to talk to Ramey Stein. Ramey runs that, and I wonder if something happened. Oh my god, it doesn't pop up. Can anybody pull up Misfit Central? Try anybody in the audience. Try and pull up Misfit Central for me. By the way, Frankie Cheese would later goes by the name Chibo Jones. So if you know Michael
Chibo
Graves.
Jones. Yep.
Michael Graves, when he was doing his solo stuff, he was playing with Frankie Cheese, who was his good friend from high school.
Yep.
And he was Doyle's guitar tech and yada, yada, yada. And
Frankie Vitello was his real name. Frank Vitello.
Right. Frankie Cheese. So you come off that tour and because this is part of the cycle now. It's like record an album, tour to support the album, get off the tour, look for opportunities. Like what comes next? What do you remember coming next at that time? And how far? Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Megadeth tour was a summer tour, I do believe. So then we would have had a fall tour that year. Would have probably typical fall tour would have been like 2 months in the US, September, October, November. We would have still been playing American Psycho stuff. Had to be like fall tour 2007 up to the 97. When did we? I think we first went to South America in 98.
Now, that was so when I think in general, like in my very limited knowledge of the 95 Misfits, I always there's in my mind when I think about the timeline, there's this big hiccup in the middle, whatever, interruptus, whatever you want to call it, where the band gets these offers to go to South America. Michael Graves doesn't go and refuses to go. And then Mike Hideous comes on. Mike was a guest on the show and he talked extensively, did a 3-hour show talking extensively in detail about his time with the band and what happened and yada, yada, yada. Right. But I always think of that. It's kind of like the thing that cleaves the band in half, or at least its original time as like the Misfits 95. Right. But what happened? So if we're on our way to that point, what is leading up to that? Is that that's the summer of 98. So it's about a year off.
Yeah. There was 2 tours that Hideous did, the South American tour,
right,
and the European tour.
But that was in the summer.
Yeah.
So
the big US tour was always the fall, like the 2 months in the fall for Halloween. We might do a spring tour, like an early spring tour, but typically Europe would be in the summertime. If we did South America, if we did it in the winter here, it would be summer down there kind of thing. So that
Right.
might have been a thing. I know we didn't go to Europe for a few years because of the whole hoof and mouth thing.
Hoof and
Like
mouth.
they had,
Explain that.
there was some kind of pandemic in Europe for about three or 4 years. We didn't go because of this cow hoof thing. It didn't hit here, so we didn't really hear much about it, but it kept us from going over there. But being in Virginia and commuting 5 hours, like just to go on tour, not being around much in between tours unless we had some special event to do. I wasn't privy to some of the, or most of the personal interactions of the band members.
Right.
Like, when it came to recording albums, I wasn't around for that. I sold merch. What do they need me for? So when I came walking into Congruent Pro Edge, to get my stuff together to head to the airport before the South American tour, and Rocky says to me, "Oh, by the way, Michael Graves isn't coming. Mike Hideous is going to be singing." I'm like, come again? What? Okay, yeah. Michael wanted to go to hockey camp, so Mike Hideous is singing. I'm like,
wait a minute. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I was able to pull up through the Wayback Machine. I got on Misfit Central.
Okay.
Just because I'm like, I know we're gonna like hit that, but like, I just want to make sure. Let me see if there's anything I can say that will jog your mind before we get to that real quick. I got the
Wayback Machine
thing. Yeah, the Wayback Machine takes screenshots of websites. So even if Misfit Central is destroyed forever, it exists forever on the Wayback Machine.
Wow. Should pull up the old Grimm collection on there.
You really should. As a matter of fact, it might even be up on there. If somebody did some screenshots, you could search for it. Hold on.
Yep.
Here we go. Okay, here's a couple of things. April 15th, Misfits perform in the Doorway live for the first time in 19 years.
Do they say where? Was
No.
that in Virginia Beach? I think that was in Virginia Beach.
April 15th. In May, 6,700 copies of the Bleeders Digest Fiend Club newsletter were sent out. See, we talked about that. I remember at the end of that episode, we started talking about the newsletter and stuff.
Yep.
May 13th, American Psycho, the band, the album comes out. Then you guys did the American Psycho and Dig Up Her Bones videos, and we talked. I think, did we mention that you met Cafiero at the Chiller Theater? Because we talked about Insane Clown Posse, so I know we did.
Right.
Okay, here's something. It says a member, because Mark Kennedy was probably trying to be polite here. It says a member of the Misfits crew was arrested. Oh, I thought it was to say a member of the Misfits. A member of the Misfits crew was arrested after a brief fight breaking out between Misfits crew members and bouncers at a venue during a show in Denver, and that would have been August 1st, 97. Can you shed any more light that you feel comfortable shedding?
Hopefully he won't take offense to me mentioning who it was. He's the guitar tech at the time, Bobby.
Okay.
He back then was a bit short fused. And I don't know what exactly went down, but I remember witnessing him like just wildly throwing punches at like the police or something, some kind of security, and getting maced, and then having to get him dragged out of there and off to a truck stop to get showered up and cleaned up. Yeah, I remember running into Bobby years later at a festival in like East Germany somewhere, and we were just catching up. And he's like, "Yeah, I'm not like I used to be. I'm much more mellow now. We all do that with age. When we were young, we were hot headed or whatever. So yeah, I think that was just part of his persona back then. But yeah, that went down. That went down.
September 8th, 1997, at a Toledo show, Todd Swalla replaced Dr. Chud for Night of Living Dead, and Dr. Chud did vocals with Michael. Do you remembering that?
Toledo. What was the venue in Toledo? I might not have been in the hall. I might have been. A lot of times I could hear the shows but not see them because I was out front set up with merch. Sometimes we were in the same room. But I don't remember seeing that. But yeah, that's pretty cool that happened.
So okay. It says Jerry and Dr. Chud were at a autograph signing for Iggy Pop in 97 for a tribute album. And I do know that Joey Ramone eventually put out 1969 on his solo record. But I believe that same track was also probably on that Iggy Pop tribute album, and Jerry Only and Dr. Chud played with Joey on said track. So I imagine that's the that's the thing there. The Dig Up Her Bones video debuted on MTV during 120 minutes. That's in October. That's October 5th. 97.
Okay.
October 24th. At the Misfits show in New York, both Joey and Marky Ramone appeared on stage to do Ramone covers. Robo and Bobby Steele attended that show.
Did they? Wow. Robo was just here. He ordered some Chinese and we had dinner together. Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's Robo and my mom and dad like hanging out, shooting the shit. Oh, funny story. Typical Robo.
Yeah.
If something's gonna go wrong, it's gonna be for Robo. So we ordered Chinese food, and after Chinese dinner, what do? You crack open your fortune cookie and you read your fortune aloud. Robo's fortune was blank. So, I've never seen a blank. You open up like, what is this? What do I do with it? I'm like, you got nothing, man. I'm sorry.
There's no fortune for Robo.
There's no fortune. You're just blank in bed. I don't know what to tell you. So I've never seen that before. Poor guy.
There's a first time for everything. Poor Robo. Right? Poor Robo. So yeah, apparently him and Bobby Steele were in attendance for that show. And
I remember that show, and I was like set up in the front hallway, and I remember not selling very much merch at all for some reason. Like it was weird. I think Frankie Cheese went out and did his Dr. Evil shtick to kind of open the show. He did the whole monologue. The details of my life are quite inconsequential.
No, I don't know. I don't know anything. Explain that. I never even heard of that. So
because it was a Halloween show, October 24th, Frankie was dressed up as Dr. Evil, and so I might have mentioned this before. Almost every tour, will have a theme to it, and a lot of times it's a movie that we will just watch over and over and over again. The first Austin Powers was one. Napoleon Dynamite was one. Team America was one. We just can't get enough of it. So that was after, I think, the summer tour was when Austin Powers came out on DVD, and we just watched it like every freaking night. So Frankie knew the Dr. Evil monologue by heart, and he came out with the bald cap and the little
that's really funny
suit and everything, and he delivered the details of my life speech in the microphone as like the opening, just before the band goes on, and we thought it was hilarious, but the people in the crowd were like, what? Like they didn't, it didn't really work. Like, oh man, that sucks. And I think, pretty sure the Independents opened for us because that was Joey's side project thing there. I'm pretty sure
he managed. Yeah, he managed them. He managed them. He loved the Independents, and the Independents loved him. Love him always.
Right.
Rightfully so. So, okay, here's one, and this is like, again, I don't know where, again, it's like when Mark writes some of this stuff, you don't know where he's taking artistic license or not, and who knows. But October 31st, both the Misfits and Danzig are performing in Los Angeles on the same night, and apparently both played Death Comes Ripping. Little Misfits nerd trivia, whatever. But the Misfits considered visiting the Danzig show, which started after the Misfits show ended. And then this is where I say, like, the artistic license, rumor had it that no members of the Misfits or their crew would be allowed into the Whiskey A Go-Go where Danzig was performing. And it's like, again, I love, like, Mark Kennedy, love you, dude. Like, but like, it's just funny how, like, as he's writing this, it's like he's making sense of this timeline and like adding these factoids that he probably jotted them all down in a notebook and is trying to make like scientific, logical sense of them all. Do you remember anything like that?
If this was Halloween 98,
97, It's like Black Acid Devil Danzig.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. Yes. Oh wow, this is great. I'm so glad you found this because it's bringing it all together for me now.
See, this is why you got to do this because it jogs motherfucking memories. It jogs memory. Go ahead.
I just turned 51, guys. It's all downhill from here. So we played the Palace in LA on Halloween night 98, and I was dressed up as
97.
Mad Max, the
97
Road
or 98?
Not 90. Wait, Halloween 96 was the Trocadero. Halloween 97.
Would it help if you knew the exact venue? Because I could get it for you right now.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I'll get you the exact venue. We are.
If it was LA, it would have been the Palace on Halloween.
I really got to hand it to Mark for having this because we can literally touch on these tiny little tidbit things.
Yeah, and we take it for granted.
And you take it for granted, but suddenly you get a jolt of recall. That's really cool. Okay, so here we go. And because Mark meticulously wrote down the goddamn fucking tour dates and the venues. On the 31st was the Palace in Hollywood. So it would have been with Sick of It All and H2O opening. And that was 1997.
1997. Okay. So I was dressed up as Mad Max, the Road Warrior. That was the first time that I met Mad Mark Rude. Right. And how appropriate was it that I was dressed up as Mad Max? Because that's why he was Mad Mark. He was a big Mad Max fan. In fact, back in the day, in like 81, when Road Warrior came out, he wore a leather jacket with one sleeve cut off and the shoulder pad on. And he had a blue healer. Like this was the guy. So we took some pictures together in the lobby. Really freaking cool. I met a girl that night that as soon as I saw her, I was like, oh my God, she should be Helen Blazes. She had the face, the peaked, she just had that look without even trying. Just naturally had the look of the face of Helen Blazes.
Right.
Would love to see that picture, Misfits 95 lineup walking in Black Acid. But she didn't become. We talked about who actually ended up becoming somebody local, but not obviously somebody from LA. But when we pulled into town, we drove past the whiskey, and who was it that was backstage at the
JM was backstage.
Was backstage. JM, did we meet? Because that was like the show of show. That was like one of the best shows I've ever been to. Was the Misfits? They wore the old Star Trek shirts they wore back in the day, and they were like skin tight because the guys were like a lot more jacked now. Anyway, getting sidetracked here. We drove past the whiskey. We saw the billboard out front said Black Acid Devil, and we joked about like how Glenn was for contractual reasons with Deaf American, like he was calling himself Black Acid Devil now instead of Danzig, and all of his buddies would
whoa, what?
That was almost purportedly like Prince becoming the artist, or formerly known as. There was word that was the route that Glenn was going to have to go to get out of his contract with Deaf American. I don't know if that was true, but that was what we were hearing through the grapevine.
Get the fuck
apparently
out of here.
Apparently it never came to fruition because he's Danzig. But that was what we heard. Again, I can't verify that, but the word was out.
Can't verify it, but allegedly,
yep.
Through scuttlebutt in the mid 90s, because of the contention with Deaf American, Danzig was going to rebrand himself as Black Acid Devil, possibly in order to continue on doing his music thing without calling himself Danzig. That's
what we heard. Can't verify it. It could be true. It might not be. Who knows? But because of that, we drove past the whiskey. We saw his name, Black Acid, because it didn't say Danzig. It said, if I remember correctly, I think it just said Black Acid Devil on the billboard. And we joked about how all his buddies would just call him Black Ass for short. So that word might have gotten out on the streets, which may be why we weren't allowed down to the show. It's like, no, nobody's calling Mr. Danzig Black Ass. That's not cool. But we might have joked about going to the show, but I remember after the show, we were like hanging out. There was a whole bunch of people out in the street, like in costume. I'm still in my costume. LAPD standing right next to me, and I've got a mock-up sawed-off shotgun in my holster. I'm like, ooh, this could end badly.
Yeah.
Nobody cared.
Baldo says that my father worked with this guy back in the day. Are you referring to Tank? Your father worked with Tank. JM says that this is Jeff from Philly. He donated cash for your surgery, John. Hope it went well. I don't know who's John.
You needed cash for these.
Was this the guy who would dress up like Frankenstein back in the day? Yes, it is. Tankenstein.
Tankenstein.
What's up, Reiking? How are you? Welcome to the show. Says I learned something new every time I'm on here. So do I.
I guess we're good here then. We can go now, right? Let's take
So do I. That's why I love doing this, because I just learn stuff and it's just fun to. I mean, I never heard that ever. Again, allegedly. We're not sure. We're not sure.
Right.
Allegedly.
But we jogged the memory, and this is what happens. We open the floodgates, and
that's cool. That's fun. This is why this is rewarding. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Big shout out to Mark Kennedy, who wrote down all this shit so that we could pour over it 3 decades later. I mean, fuck.
So Halloween night. So you were saying we played that tour with H2O and Sick of It All. Great lineup. So I worked with Moon, and I worked with Moon is Toby's wife from H2O. She handled their merch. And then I worked with I forget what the guy's name was for Sick of It All. Anyway, we were together for so long, we became good friends. But that night, Sick of It All came out dressed up for Halloween as the Baseball Furies.
Oh, and cool.
Freaking cool. Oh my God. Because they would always come out to the Imperial March from Star Wars, and just seeing them come out, I was like, that's awesome. That is awesome.
So this guy says, this guy hooked me up with all the Doyle and Jerry merchandise when I was a kid. Thank you very, very much. It means a lot.
Hell yeah.
Didn't you used to carry keychains in your pocket?
Yep.
And you just hand them out to people, right? Too.
If I ran into some random person at the mall or the grocery store wearing a Misfits, whatever, be like, hey, I'd hand them a keychain or a sticker, whatever I had on me, and just thank them for their support.
Now, by this time in '97, just a sort of a bird's eye view, macro wide view of everything, the tour machine is well oiled, right? Like you've worked out all the kinks, you've smoothed everything out. There's a workflow. Was it hard getting to that point, or was there a lot of trial and error getting to that point? I've
said this before, doing the merch, it was a double-edged sword. It was kind of nice that I was Guar was part of Halloween Tour 97. 97. We toured twice with Guar. Anyway, we'll come back to that. We'll circle around.
Right. Keep. I'm sorry, I keep showing these things to you, and
But it's interesting.
My bad.
As the merch guy, I was on the crew, but I was kind of separate. I wasn't part of the performance. I was front of house. I kind of just I was independent. There wasn't nobody that worked. It was just me. So when the crew was setting up the stage, I could go off and like do my own thing for a while. I didn't have to set up till about 2 hours before doors. But then once doors were open, I was there for the night. I wasn't going off. That's when the band and crew, they were off doing their own thing at that point. So we kind of had different daily schedules. And when there was some tension on the stage amongst the crew or in the band or problems with the show or whatever, I wasn't involved in the early days, and so I kind of dodged some of those bullets.
Right.
So as far as like how easy it was or how rough it was to get to that point of just being a well-oiled machine, I can't say too much into that because I was just an independent guy. I just did my own thing.
Fair enough.
And once the show was over, all packed up. Well, now we're all on the bus and we're going to the truck stop and we're back together again. But many nights I was just kind of on my own. Made having to go to the bathroom difficult sometimes.
I can imagine.
Thank God for Gatorade bottles.
Lifesaver. I know all about that.
Life on the road. But come 97, like we had the Winnebago. We did tour buses in 96. Then 97 we did like a couple tour buses in 96, and then come 97 like F that. We're not paying $1,000 a day and just watch it long. Guys, I need to make a move. When will this be on Spotify?
It'll be up on Spotify tomorrow. It'll be up on Spotify.
Tell the Hobbit, quit your whinging. Okay, he knows quit your whinging. That's what I learned from him. Don't worry, Nick. We'll tell some really, really juicy tales about our experiences together on the. Although our time together came later, so we might not even get into his era yet. He's one of those older blokes. Love that guy, by the way. So yeah, come 97, we're on the RV. We've gutted it. We put in all the bunks. We have the.
Well, let's talk about that. Hold on a second.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about what is the I mean, obviously, I think it's a rhetorical question. We know what the logic is behind it, but tell me what is the logic behind? Okay, fuck this tour bus stuff. Let's move over to the RV. Tell me about that. The move to that.
So with a rented tour bus, yes, they are nice. I will not deny that. Yeah, they come with their own driver. It shows up and picks you up, and then it drives away. But if you do a tour for a month, at the end of the tour, you're waving by to that tour bus, and you're just watching like 30 grand drive away, and you're like, man, if we only had that 30 grand right now, imagine what we could do. So after a couple tours of that, and you're dealing with. And yeah, I get it. The driver's like, well, you know, I have to have a hotel room and I have to have this, and I have to have that, and it's in my contract. I'm like, oh dear God. So you know, I had to deal with that once, I think, as tour manager. It was insisted upon that there had to be a tour bus, and it was so rough. So we were like, you know what? F that. We're gonna buy our own RV. We're gonna gut it to put enough bunks and stuff, and take out some closets and put some bunks up top in the back, make enough room for everybody. We're going to hire our own drivers. We're going to, you know, buy in a box truck, buy in the RV. We can now alter where it said turbo diesel on the Winnebago. We can now take the cell off it and just say turbo die. Like, yep, that's a Misfits RV right there. And it was a game changer. We now owned this stuff outright. And at the end of the tour, that 30,000 was in our pockets, the collective pocket, the Misfits pocket. But yeah, that was the way to go. It didn't look like we looked kind of hillbilly when we come driving up, and all, you know, if we're with other bands that are like in Prevos and Eagles and some high-end tour buses, and we're pulling up in an RV, it's like, what the fuck with these guys? Well, yeah, they're the only ones that have actually got it figured out. And these other bands are going to hotels every night and sleep. I'm like, you have bunks in your bus. Why are you getting double beds? So yeah, it was economically, that was the way to go.
If you want to come home, with some cash in your pocket, I mean, what's the point? I mean, obviously there's a lot of reasons to go out on tour, but in part the goal is to make money, and you got to figure out ways if you're going to keep doing it. It's investing in, you know what it is? It's an investment in infrastructure to make it financially viable to do what you're doing.
Yeah.
Right. So that's that. Baldo wants to know, he says, on the original Doyle's fan club poster, credits for photography were given to Bobby Steele. Is that the same Bobby Steele that played guitar for the Misfits? That doesn't make any sense to me.
I don't remember Bobby Steele's name being on. No, the photo credit for the Doyle, but no, Bobby Steele did not take that picture.
He was not around at that time, right?
No. The photo credit for the Jerry poster was, I forget his name. No, not the photo credit. The poster was dedicated to the memory of, I feel bad that I forget his name. Anyway, it's the guy that lived across the street from Jerry, and he was like in construction or something like that. I think he was hit by a dump truck, a cement truck perhaps, and he obviously didn't survive. Left a wife and I think a young boy behind. That's so kind of tragic. Yeah. But no, Bobby, I don't know if Bobby ever took a picture in his life. Maybe he did, but he didn't take that one. That's really weird.
So on my 12th birthday, Jerry Only and Dr. Chud attended the Ramones box set autograph signing session in New York City. I guess I know what Jerry and Dr. Chud were doing on my 12th birthday.
Yeah.
And we obviously know why they would be there. On New Year's Eve 97, Jerry Only joined the Remains on stage at their New Year's Eve show in New York City. For those of you who don't know who the Remains are, that is it's actually kind of surreal to think about now. And you almost kind of wish that they existed now in a world without the Ramones, like all of the Ramones, or, basically Dede and Marky got together, and I think CJ eventually got in there as well. Right. And they had a Ramones tribute band featuring the Ramones members. And Dede was playing guitar, and his wife Barbara was on bass, and Marky played drums, and CJ sometimes was there, sometimes not. And they called themselves the Remains. And it's not, I mean, not a bad idea to do, but at the same time, why not just do the Ramones again? If you're going to do that.
It's out there, but it's nowhere near as bad as Dede King. I got to tell you that Dede's rap album is just.
You know what's funny about the Dede King album? It's like you listen to it, and I'm listening to it. I'm expecting to hear hip hop of some kind, and it's just punk rock songs.
Right? It
literally has the Crusher, Crusher, which is on the last Ramones album, is on a rap song on a Dede King album. The guy just lived and breathed punk rock. He's like, I want to go be a rapper, and then he goes and writes a fucking punk rock song.
Yeah. Yep.
That Dede Ramone had punk rock in his blood. He couldn't escape it.
He had a lot in his blood. That's for sure.
Yes, he did. Most certainly did have a lot in his blood. And you kind of met Dede a few times, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I worked with him a couple times.
What was he like from what you remember?
When I met him, luckily he was sober then, but he was still like he couldn't sit still. He was like he had a lot of energy that he didn't know how to like get it out, and so it was almost a little like nerve-wracking being in the same room with him. We were in the dressing room at a venue in Berlin, SO86. I think it was.
I've been there. I was there with Blitzkid when they played.
That's it. Yeah,
I know that club. Yeah.
So we're sitting. He's sitting on the couch. I think I'm standing up, and there's like a vent up high, across from him.
Were you in that dressing room, the tiny little dressing room on the top floor?
It's like long and thin, and he's there with his wife, and he's just like, oh, we got to go. They're in there. They're watching us. They're watching us in the vent. I know they're in there. I'm like, Dede, it's cool, man. There's nobody in there. Don't worry. No, I know they're in there. They're watching us. We got to get out of here. I'm like, okay, man. The door's this way. I'm like, and he was sober. He was clean at that time. But he was still, I don't know if that was remnants of.
That was 98, right?
Probably, yeah.
Because Mike Hideous was on that tour.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that was it. What do they say? So if you think about all the biggest Ramones hits, I want to be sedated, Blitzkrieg Bob, like the first that come to mind, those, as far as I know, those were written by Dede. He had that disconnect to write that hit song.
Well, there's a rule of thumb. So here's the rule of thumb with Ramones songs. If you're ever confused as to who writes what in general, this is a generalized thing. Okay. And I'm not, listen, I think I like to claim that I know a lot about the Ramones. I've read all the Ramones books. I'm very well versed in my Ramones, but I'm by no means an expert. So I could be wrong, but most of the time, if it's a song about love and girls, it's going to be a Joey song. And if it's a song about mental health, it's going to be a Dede song. Or if it's a song about negative, sad shit, probably going to be a Dede song. And so that's how, gimme psycho treatment or whatever. Gimme shock therapy. Gimme shock treatment, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Lobotomy, teenage lobotomy. Yep. That's a Dede song. Psychotherapy is a Dede song. So all that stuff, Pinhead is a Dede song, obviously. But then something like I Want to Be Your Boyfriend, that's Joey.
Of course, yeah.
So I Don't Want to Walk Around With You, I think, is Joey. So you can tell that's the divide. And Johnny very famously didn't really write anything until Too Tough to Die. He started writing a few things. He wrote some stuff with Dede, and Tommy wrote some stuff, but that's when they were all credited. Everything was by the Ramones. It was a four-way split.
Right. Yeah, I know Dede wrote 53rd and 3rd because that was actually about him.
Yes, it was.
That was autobiographical.
He wrote Commando. He wrote Today Your Love, Tomorrow the World.
Yep.
It's easy to sort of pick out which is his stuff and which is
that's interesting. Stuff. That makes sense. Yeah. Joey was softer and kinder and gentler.
Precisely.
Than Dede. So the 2 nights I worked with Dede, he came out and we did 2 nights at the Key Club in LA. This was a few years into, probably 2003.
Okay, that's not possible.
No, it's not. You're right.
It would have to be earlier. It would have to be earlier than that. But yes.
No, I'm confusing the times.
And I don't want to tell you wrong because you were there and I was not. No, but I know that that's not possible.
That is not possible. Whatever when we did
whenever it was.
I'm thinking of another show at the Key Club on the first Fiend Fest tour, which this wouldn't have been it, but this would have been before then, obviously. So Dede comes out to play 3 Ramone songs with us, like in the middle of the set, and there were 3 big hits, like Sedated, and 3 big hits that he wrote,
right?
And he could not remember those 3 songs, so I had to write them on a piece of paper and tape them to the back of his guitar. So before each song, he would lean down, lean his guitar out, and then give them like, this one's called Sedated, 1, 2, 3, 4, and this one's called Lobotomy, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like,
wow.
3 songs. Couldn't remember. 2 nights in a row, the same songs. I had to keep it taped on the back of his guitar. But that was Dede.
Okay, Reiking says that they saw the Misfits with Dede at the Key Club.
Yep.
In 2001. So that
2001. Okay.
Yep. So it was the All-Star. It was the M25, whatever. It was the All-Star tour.
I was guitar teching. Ken Rocky was still tour managing. Okay. That's that timeline.
And what's interesting too, in regards to what was I going to say about Dede Ramone in regards to that?
I was just served. I was just served an iced coffee by the loveliest little.
Hi, Faye. How are you? Shout out. This is Faye. This is Tank's better half. We were talking about her earlier.
Oh no.
What? No, we didn't say anything about her earlier.
Oh no. Oh yeah. I mean, what? No. Just in regards to the Mad Max driving
very proud.
Thing.
Aww. Yeah, that's a good time.
That was a good time. But thank you for letting us borrow Tank for the evening.
She had to do night. She had to do tubby time and night time all by herself tonight.
I had to watch everybody eat dinner.
Yeah.
While I took care of the baby.
Aww.
It's all right. You guys can hear his stories. I've heard them enough.
Right? Yeah.
Yes. He's doing a good job. He's doing a good job.
Yes.
At least Robo bought dinner for us. That was nice.
That's true. Robo did buy us dinner. Good
guy.
I've crashed your podcast enough. I'll see.
Good to see you. Thanks for popping your head in.
I'll see you soon. Bye, everybody.
Okay, bye. Good to see you, Faye.
All right, that was unexpected.
Unexpected. Andrew, what is that? You got an iced coffee drink there. Oh man.
Yeah.
That's the stuff.
Well, we have a dual, like a carafe and a Keurig in one, and we're each a 2-cupper in the morning, regardless. So we always do the full pot, and then at the end of the night, if it's left over, guess what? It's iced coffee time.
Iced
guys.
coffee. All right, how about this? I'm about to blow your mind right now.
Yes, blow my mind, please.
Take your cold coffee. Take your cold coffee and turn it into ice cubes for your iced coffee.
Yeah, that's right. There you go.
Well, I was going to say something about Dede. I was holding it in my head and I couldn't goddamn remember. You were talking about the songs. This. So I had Jerry Montano on my show. He's the bass player for Circle of Snakes, which is a later Danzig album. He played on some of the Lost Track stuff. It was fucking awesome, nice guy.
Right.
And he was friends with Dede. And he told me they used to drive around just blasting Misfits. He said that Dede was a huge Misfits fan, which blew my mind when he said that.
Wow.
And the fact that you are in his periphery while he's playing with, Jerry and Doyle and whatnot. And, I'm trying to remember what he said in his show. If it was, because I don't think it was, and maybe Dede just sort of mixed it all together. It was, whether it was Michael Graves singing or Glenn Danzig singing. You know what I mean? But that Dede was a big Misfits fan, which kind of blew my mind because you don't really think about that like that.
No, that's interesting.
So I thought that was interesting. From his POV, at least from his POV, from Jerry's POV. Ben is asking who wrote Chainsaw. I think that was a real joint effort because that was one of the earliest songs. I think that I don't know who took the impetus. Like for instance, Blitzkrieg Bop is actually Tommy Ramone. Allegedly, Tommy Ramone wrote a lot of Blitzkrieg Bop. I mean, yes, so did Dede, but that Tommy had a big hand. It was originally called Animal Bop. So I think on those early records, it's really more of like a combined effort, which is why they called it, everything was by the Ramones.
Right.
So, I don't know.
Dede wanted to call them the Eagles, but there was already an Eagles band.
Are you serious? Is that for real?
Yeah. So then it was Paul McCartney.
Right.
That was his alias, whatever, Ramone.
Paul Ramone. Yes, for checking into hotels.
Yeah.
Which is like my favorite factoid ever, because it's just another way that the Beatles are the fucking goat, that the Ramones take their names from the fucking Beatles. Awesome.
Yeah, of course.
Awesome little factoid. So now we're in the year 1998. It's January. Hold on. The Misfits appeared at the 2-day Fangoria's Weekend of Horrors convention to sign autographs and show the promotional videos for Dig Up Her Bones and American Psycho with director John Cafiero. Were you there? Do you remember anything about that?
I remember it very, very, very well.
Okay.
Okay. So this was in Manhattan. I forget the name of the hotel, but if I drove past, I'd be like, "Yep, that was it." And it was a weekend Fangoria convention, which for Fangoria, I expected it to be like bigger. It was surprisingly kind of small. In fact, I entered the costume contest because I was still rocking that version of the Road Warrior costume coming off of Halloween '97, and there was only 3 of us in the costume contest.
Wow!
And I took second.
Who took first?
It was a younger kid whose dad, and this was before cosplay was like cosplay.
Right.
You know, I didn't even think it was a word yet. So costuming was like totally on the fringe. But apparently, this kid's dad was kind of like a professional level costume maker. So the kid was a colonial marine from Aliens. So
that's cool.
The ammo and the armor. He had a motion tracker that fucking beeped, and his flamethrower had an ignition flame. And I was like, I can't beat that. There's no way. I forget who took last, who took third place, but I gladly took second after that kid because that was just really cool.
Yeah, it's just not. You can't compete. Yeah, I mean, you really can't compete with something like that.
So that was what year was that? That was January '98.
That was January '98, and
so
hold on, real quick.
Yeah.
The one thing that we should also mention is that it was very sticky at Fangoria. Very, very sticky. The floors were sticky. You couldn't walk on the floors because it would stick. And you know what else sticks really well?
Oh, here we go.
Stickers. I always have to segue something sticky into what else sticks.
Yeah.
Stickers.
I don't remember the floors being sticky, man.
I know. I just was making that up.
There.
I wasn't even there. I was 13 years old. Okay. Right? I wasn't even there. Riotstickers.com is the sponsor of the Frumess channel, and we are doing a special promotion with riotstickers.com. 1,000 stickers for $79. 3-inch by 3-inch stickers, vinyl stickers with UV coating on them. So they got a lot of protection from the sun. They're vinyl, so they're waterproof. That's 7 cents a sticker. 1,000 stickers for $79, and you're only able to get it at the URL down in the description, riotstickers.com/Frumess, FRUMESS. You cannot find that promotion anywhere else. You are not going to find a better deal on the internet. You're just not. At least you're not going to find one where the stickers actually stick. So head on over to riotstickers.com/Frumess. If you have stickering needs, that's the place that you want to go and order your stickers. Talk to Sharpie himself. He's the CEO of Riot Stickers, and he's the best. I mean, look at this banner. He does t-shirts. He does everything, man. Let's play the 60-second Less Than Jake theme song starting right now.
We make stickers, banners, and buttons too. Posters and promo cards. There's nothing we can't print for you. From stage backdrops to bass drum heads. We can print on shirts. We can print on hats. We can print on pants. Cheap prices and high quality.
Okay, and we're
Could
back.
you
right?
even tell that I left to go to the bathroom?
No,
I got back like just in time.
but I do that all the time. That's where I get my seltzer. I do a seltzer
Yep.
break. I do lots of breaks that way. I just jump up, do something real quick, come
Gotta
right
go,
back. It's
gotta go.
perfect. It's perfect.
When
Or
you're 51, your bladder is like yay big, man. So
or when
that's
in
it.
doubt, just keep a Gatorade bottle lying around.
That's
You got
it.
the Howard Hughes bathrobe already, the
That's-
weird mustache. I'm a recluse. It's perfect. It all
Okay, Boo Radley. Yeah. So what the hell?
we were talking
Fangoria.
about Fangoria, right?
Memorable for a couple of reasons. We met a couple of famous people there. One of them, I actually got his autograph, and it's funny because he signed it. I'm a poet and didn't know it because it was to John Grimm from Angus Scrim. Poet and didn't know it.
Lovely.
Boy. And it's funny, they call him the tall man. He's not tall.
Not
He's
that
not
tall.
tall.
Nope.
He looks like he could be tall because he's so thin, but he's not tall. The other guy that we met actually came over and shook Doyle's hand and just want to say, "Hey, man, I just want to let you know I'm a big fan. You've always been influential in my career, and just want to thank you for all that you've done." And that was about it. And then he left. And Doyle was like a deer in the headlights, like, "Tank, who was that?" I go, "That was D Snyder, bro. Twisted Sister." And he's like, "Oh, I didn't know." Like, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Wow, that's awesome, dude.
Yeah, but a funny story. You all just met my wife Faye. She's actually my second wife. My first wife. So at this Fangoria weekend thing, my first wife Sasha was there and got a picture with her and the four band members. And in the background is some random Misfits crew guy like sitting down counting money because he's selling the merch. And like a year later, those two people would meet and would eventually get married and have two children, and the rest is history.
The rest is history.
So random. And it's funny because the same thing happened with Faye and I. We were in the city in Manhattan together, not together, at the same time on Alien Day 426, watching Aliens, and then Sigourney Weaver did a Q&A afterwards. She was a couple rows ahead of me. And,
wow.
So it was not a few months went by before we even met. It's just
you know what it is? It's just synergy, man. Synergy that brings people together in some strange way, and that's what happens, So then, okay, so now now we jump ahead again. Chiller Theater, which happens every fall and every spring.
Yeah.
This Chiller Theater also had Bobby Steele was there. Steve Zing was there.
Correct. Yeah, we're in the room upstairs.
Eddie Enzyme was there.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And Mike Morantz was there as well. And apparently CNN later broadcasted parts of this event featuring Jerry only on the TV, according to Mark Kennedy.
Yep.
And I'm not, listen, obviously that probably really happened. I just love how Mark is literally I just imagine he has because he told me how he would just keep loosely, he had binders, right? He was just constantly jotting these random factoids down that nobody gave a shit about except for him. He thought it was important. So he jot this shit down and later transcribed it and put it up on his website, trying to make sense of it all. I just love that.
Here we are.
And here we are, but it's just so funny to me. I'm getting verklempt again. No, it's just my throat.
You need some water?
I got a LaCroix.
Which flavor? The pamplemousse?
No, I have the pamplemousse right here.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
This is limoncello. Sure. This is limoncello.
Ah, good call.
Which is good. That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good
We're
one.
big pamplemousse fans over here.
I'll drink any seltzer, really. I'm kind of like a seltzer whore, but I won't drink plain seltzer. Plain seltzer is just boring. I need something.
As much as I love seltzer, I believe it or not, it's an acquired taste. I know. I'm a tonic man.
It is an acquired taste. There's a lot of sugar in tonic.
I get the diet tonic.
Oh, right. You have diet tonic, sure. Yep. But it's something that does not taste sweet despite having tons of sugar in it. It's really weird.
But you mix that with some vodka and some Tito's and a little lime.
Sure.
Oh, dude.
You're a happy man.
Yeah.
You're a happy man. Yeah. When it comes to the seltzer, two seltzers that are very common to me that I don't like: cranberry seltzer, cranberry lime, raspberry seltzer.
I think those in the fridge.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not my thing. I'm just not
Yeah.
into them.
They're very
I
common,
just,
like you said. Yeah.
yeah, it's like a common
Yeah.
thing. I don't know. I like weird exotic shit like
Mhm.
pamplemousse and
Pamplemousse. Yep.
like
Yeah, we get a lot of
limoncello.
black cherry. Is
Black
a
cherry,
big one around here.
love black
Yep.
cherry.
I'm sure all the Misfits fans at home go, oh, this is great information, guys. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, we had to
your
have a little
favorite seltzer
seltzer. We had
flavor.
to have a little seltzer break. Okay,
I'm glad I
I'm
signed up
sorry.
for this. What
Did
the hell?
anything memorable happen at this Chiller Theater? Do you remember?
Okay, so we were in a room upstairs. We did have it was pretty sure it was still alive. The styrofoam graveyard, which I still have my tombstone from, the Grimm tombstone that has only one M, because Grimm Rocky thought Grimm with two M's would be Grimmum. What? So yeah, I remember sitting next to Doyle. Okay, so was this the time? When was Steve Zing there?
Steve Zing was there in '98, apparently. But I'm sure Steve Zing, who lived locally in New Jersey, probably went to Chiller Theater a lot.
Because there was the time that Steve and I had the conversation about whether I should sell my collection or not, took place at Chiller Theater.
So maybe it was at that Chiller Theater.
No, because it would have been after. It was after James was born, and this was '98. James wasn't born until 2003.
So then, quite clearly, you went back. You all were there at Chiller Theater at a later time. So there you go. It was a later time.
Wow. So this would have been the one. When did Collection 2 come out?
95.
90, that early? Okay.
And that's when, and we've talked about this at nauseum. We might have even talked about it with you. I don't remember, but we always are talking about how, like, for a lot of people who are either not in the know or not crafty enough, that you didn't hear Last Caress until 1995, because that was the first time you could ever hear it, really, unless you had a Beware, unless you had a tape. If you had a Static Age
Beware.
Yeah. Right, but if you had Beware, or if you knew somebody that was either in the band or in the outer circle of the band, then maybe you got one of the copies of the Static Age material. But apart from that, and apart from, say a bootleg or something, there is no way to hear that version of Last Caress until 1995. It's kind of trippy to think about when you think about it like that. So
yeah. So 95 might have been the time that I'm thinking of, when we had the styrofoam. We had a room with the styrofoam.
Yes,
cemetery.
You told me about that. Yes, that was in the first episode.
I remember Bobby like faux choking Doyle, like you fucking guy, you. And I remember, so that would have been when I was painting the Crimson Ghost model, or was that was too early?
I think that was at the same one. And the only reason why I'm saying that is because I think I remember we talked about this in that it's on this YouTube channel. I think we spoke about that yes, you had there was the big elaborate set. It's also in the Teenagers from Mars book. There was the big elaborate set. You were painting the models. You had to stay up all night to do it. And
no, that was the year we were downstairs the night. I painted the Jerry model, which we forgot to mention did win best of show. Just putting that out there.
Yeah.
It was later mentioned in one of the Bleeders Digests. There was an article about the Jerry model, and there was supposedly a quote from Doyle that said, "Yeah, hand painted by the Grink," who was a guy that painted some other version where all the spikes fell off, and it was an absolute fucking fiasco.
The Grink.
And I go to Doyle, I'm like, "Why did you say that? I'm the guy that painted the one that's on the cover of the box and won the freaking blue ribbon. And why would you say it was hand painted by the Grink?" And Doyle was like, "I never said that." I'm like, okay, well, apparently Doug Evil thought you did, but So anyway, if anybody ever read that the Jerry model was hand painted by the Grink, it's incorrect. It was
not the Grink. It was not the Grinch. It was the Grimm.
Yeah, it
was the tank.
Yeah. So yeah, staying up all night painting the pus head plaque. But there was one year somebody else had painted the Crimson Ghost model, and then they brought it to me and they're like, "Can you fix this?" I was like, why are you guys sending models to other people? Because that's what's going to happen. It's going to come back to me to fix it. Just give it to me to paint in the freaking first place. I remember sitting in the hallway outside a room at Chiller Theater that we were in and changing it from purple to red because the guy painted the freaking cloak purple for some reason. And there was this massive line, like went all the way down the hallway. I'm like, who is this line for? So I asked the people, like, oh, we're waiting to see Roger Corman. I'm like, oh.
Right. Yeah.
He has a longer line than Elvira did. Holy crap. I think Roger Corman, until the days of The Walking Dead, Roger Corman, I think, held the record for the longest line.
Wow.
Yeah. If the line wasn't so long, I would have gotten like a Death Race 2000 thing signed or something. But so this was not. So we're talking 98, and everybody's there.
Yeah, it's 98. It's April of 98. So the tours, and at this point, here's the thing. At this point, these tours are either coming up the pike or already, like, they're probably known about, I would imagine, because you don't, it's not like you just find out about a tour a week prior and then you go on the tour. So it's like they have them coming up the pike, and, doing an appearance and whatnot. And then 4 days later, Jerry, here's what's interesting. Okay, so here's now we're at the time when Graves exits the first time, and here's some interesting observations by Mark, and let's see if you could make any sense. Well, you already kind of explained what from your POV, but it says here on April 28th, 1998, Jerry, Dr. Chud, and Marky Ramone. Oh no, sorry. So sorry. That's a different thing. They did an online chat. Online chats in the 90s were starting to become the rage, right? Like it was starting to just starting out, go online, do a it's kind of like AMA before an AMA, like a Reddit Ask Me Anything, where you go online and you can connect with fans in this brand new way using this thing called the internet. On May 4th, 1998, ESPN filmed Jerry, Doyle, and Dr. Chud live in ESPN studios in New York for their X Games broadcast, but there's no mention of Michael Graves there. And then on the 13th, so 9 days later, Michael Graves tells Jerry and the band that he would be unable to do the band's upcoming tour of South America. And then Mark very nicely writes, Mike Hideous of the Empire Hideous was invited to temporarily take his place. Jerry Only, Dr. Chud, and Daniel Ray rehearsed with Mike for the first time at Pro Edge. Now, Daniel Ray had produced the Misfits for American Psycho. So where is So Daniel Ray is like a friend to the band, like sort of, on the periphery around, right? Yeah. In various capacities.
I didn't know him well, but he would kind of like pop up from time to time here and there. I'm like, oh, that's okay.
Would you say, so he was really more around the studio side of things?
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
He probably, he's instrumental in probably shaping a lot of that material and those songs and producing and whatnot and recording of American Psycho. But it's interesting that it says that Daniel Ray rehearsed with Mike and not Doyle. And maybe I can shed a little bit of light on that. Again, I was there, but I was just picking up vibes more than like being handed cold hard facts. But having lived it, I would say Doyle was not a fan of Mike Hideous being in the band. And that was probably Doyle probably had, a reason, an excuse for not being there, but I'm sure that's what drove it. So
I think on our last podcast, I might have inadvertently said Daniel Ray working in the studio production had some things to do with Scarecrow Man and Helena and stuff. No, Daniel Ray was American Psycho. I believe it was Ed Stasium was Famous Monsters.
I thought Daniel Ray was involved with Famous Monsters as well.
Was he? Well, I'm pretty sure Ed was the one who came up with starting Helena, like it sounding like the guitar was like on a radio in the room, and just some adding keyboard to Descending Angel. Pretty sure those were, if I'm not, from what again I'm being told this secondhand. I wasn't actually there to witness it. That's what I was told, that Ed had those were his little inputs into the production.
Well, let me see if Daniel Ray, Famous Monsters. I'm pretty sure he was involved. I'm sure maybe they probably were both involved. I just
could be
pretty sure that, let's see here. Oh, he worked on Dede King. Daniel Ray worked on Dede King too. How about that? Wow, he did a lot of stuff.
Did he get a Grammy for that or something?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so he definitely worked on Famous Monsters. He's listed as the first producer on Famous Monsters, along with Ed Stasium. So both Daniel Ray and Ed Stasium worked on Famous Monsters.
If my memory serves me correctly, and again, I want to clarify that this is what I seem to remember being told. Maybe Dylan told me or something like that, the old sound guy, that it was Ed's idea to do that sort of distant guitar sound for the beginning of Helena, and definitely adding the keyboard to Descending Angel, which you don't really notice until you actually listen for it and go, oh, yeah, there's keyboard in there.
So he also has songwriting credits too, and here are some of them. He co-wrote with the Misfits. He co-wrote Dust to Dust. He co-wrote Living Hell. He co-wrote Descending Angel, and he co-wrote Hunting
Humans.
The
keyboard part for that. Which one?
And he co-wrote Hunting Humans.
Okay.
And then, furthermore, hold on. Wait a minute here. And furthermore, let's just hold on. Since we're here, let's just check on American Psycho, if he had any hand in the writing credits there as well, because I'm pretty sure he did, but I'm not positive. Except where noted. No, I'm not seeing anything from Daniel Ray on that. Okay, Daniel Ray was only involved in co-writing some songs on Famous Monsters. But to get back to the rehearsing with Mike Hideous thing, and having Mike on the show,
right,
and tell his whole side of the story, and then speaking with other members of bands connected to both parties and hearing their POV, that there was something along the lines of, at one point, both Chud and Doyle were not there for any rehearsing, and instead it was Jason Trioxin and, oh God, it might have been JV Bastard, Joe Vasta. It might have been Joe Vasta and Jason Trioxin, or it might have been, no, it was Jason Trioxin and his friend from a previous band that he was in that were rehearsing with Jerry only. So Doyle and Chud, and the reason why was because Doyle and Chud were not, and again, I just want to clarify, this is not my information. This is secondhand information from another source, and I take it with a grain of salt. In that that Doyle and Chud were not stoked about not having Michael Graves in the band. And so this was kind of like, if anything, also perhaps maybe some of it was in protest to Jerry and not just about Mike Hideous, that it was maybe a triangulation of possibilities there in that, hey, Jerry, F you, I'm not going to rehearse this guy because we'd rather have Michael in the band and whatnot. Who knows? Who knows?
Is there a box at the bottom, just all of the above? We can just
probably some semblance of factors. And again, neither one of us have definitive answers here. We're just throwing tidbits out onto the grill to barbecue, but we don't know anything. We don't actually know.
I was not, I mean, I was in the crew. I was by no means in the inner circles, the machinations of the band. But I do, there was definitely like dissension on not so much the South American tour. I remember the camaraderie being a bit higher, maybe because it was just the first time we'd ever gone to South America. But on the European tour, it felt like there was a line kind of separating us there. It was like Jerry and Mike Hideous on one side, and and Chud and Doyle on the other side. I remember sitting in on an interview Jerry was doing. I don't know if it was on audio or video recording or just somebody taking notes, but I gotta remember him saying, yeah, you know, if Michael walked in the door right now, I would punch him in the face. And that was like a direct quote. Like, I'm going, man, what the fuck's going on here? Like, you know, and I knew better than to be like, hey guys, you care to fill me in? No.
Right.
Fill you in.
Completely understandable. And
Yeah.
you are simply, all you are doing is communicating your POV from what you were aware of and nothing more. And that is it.
The thing I remember most about that tour, believe it or not, was Arturo and sometimes it was Arturo and Corey Fair from Souls Ablaze. Sometimes it was Arturo and Bobby Benetti, going back to Bobby, you know, getting maced in Denver, on a team against, it was always Rocky and myself playing canasta. We would play like talk about, you know, a theme on a tour. Every night on this tour, we were in the lower lounge, and that's what we played. We played canasta, and man, it got freaking tense. It got cutthroat. There was a time we were playing in the cafeteria at like a black metal festival or something like that in Europe somewhere, and you know, these guys, like, you know, these like hardcore metal guys see us playing cards in the corner. They're thinking we're like playing poker or something, you know, macho like that. They're like, oh, hey, this is great. What are you guys playing? Oh, canasta. Like, isn't that an old ladies game? We're like, bro, not the way we play. And sure enough, later, like one of us got the if you know how to play canasta, if you get the stack of cards, it's like it's on now. And I think I grabbed the stack at one point, and I flailed about. I was so excited. I hit a tray. I think on the trash can behind me that had a whole bunch of plates on it, and those plates went like flying and smashing against the wall, smashing all over the floor. And those guys who like thought were like playing some old ladies game were now like, holy shit! Like, the Misfits are not fucking around over there. So yeah, that was the theme of that tour. There was what we played. We had a day off in Lyon, France, the day the World Cup was in Lyon, France, and talk about a ghost town. Nobody was on the streets. There was not a car moving anywhere. This whole town was shut down. We were at a hotel. We just sat by the poolside all day because there was nothing else to do. So we played canasta. And I swear when Ken grabbed that stack of cards, he jumped up and he almost ended up in the pool because it was right behind him. But yeah, it was a test of manhood, canasta. I mean, come on. It was serious stuff. So anyway, back to real stories.
But I just want to quickly interject here that if anybody wants to hear Mike Hideous's story from Mike Hideous, from his point of view and his words, it's on my channel. You can, and if you want to read from Mike Hideous's point of view, as he remembers it, check out his book. He wrote a book about all that stuff.
Yeah.
So, you know, just so that we're clear that Mike Hideous has shared his story on the channel, and that if you really want a detailed look without having to rehash it, you can go check that out. However, on this side of the thing, on the other side of the fence, there was this idea that Michael Graves denies up and down, and JM is saying it right here in an interview with Eric Blair, that Graves said the notion of him leaving to play hockey in 1998 was just crazy, but did not give another reason as to why he left. And it's just been this big back and forth. Was he there? Did he leave to play hockey? Did he not leave to play hockey? Mike Hideous, and I've heard from Kenny as well, mention such things, and it's been on record, is that Michael Graves had a hockey camp and went to Jerry and was like, I can't do the tour because there's a hockey camp. And Jerry was like, you're going to do the tour. And it turns into, at the end of the day, it turns into a power struggle.
Right.
Jerry's the boss. Jerry's calling the shots.
Right.
They got a lot of money on the line. And Graves, who's being worked is like, you know, fuck off, man. I told you guys I was doing this thing, and I'm going to do this thing, and I'm sticking to my guns. And, you know, what are you going to do without me? And I personally think that Mike Hideous ended up being, unfortunately, he was a pawn. He was a pawn that Jerry used to show Mike how replaceable he was.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line.
So did Michael run this hockey camp, or was he looking to attend this hockey camp? I always thought he was looking to attend some like hockey camp thing.
I don't know. I think it was.
Okay.
I think that's what it was. Is that he went off to go do, and he basically, and that's where you hear Jerry in a lot of interviews talk about Mike being, you know, kind of immature, or, you know, too young, or, you know, not recognizing. And here is, you know, this band is an incredibly hardworking band. Jerry only, he's an incredibly hardworking dude, and takes the shit very seriously, even if some of his own decisions get him into trouble, or are not the right decisions, like take him down the wrong road and that kind of whatever, like lead him to a dead end of sorts. But everything is done with the utmost conviction, right?
Oh yeah.
So it creates a situation where, okay, fuck you, I'll just replace you with someone else.
Yeah, I could definitely see that being like behind the scenes, what was going down. So there was those two tours, the South American and the European tours. As far as we were told, you know, from Jerry, Mike might have. Oh,
sorry. I'm just putting up the continue talking.
Rubbed the wrong way when he called to try to audition. It might have contributed to Doyle not being. Yeah, I definitely think there were some personal feelings getting mixed up in there. But from what I was told, Graves was out, Hideous was in, and not trying to besmirch anybody's legacy or anything like that. Michael did come in very young and very green. He had not been in not that Empire Hideous. Well, they had gone on tour. I can't say that they hadn't toured around. Mike Hideous had more experience under his belt. So
he had established himself. He had established himself.
Sure. When it came to a level of professionalism, as far as being on tour, doing shows, showing up on time for this or that, like he was more on top of it. He had his game together in that regard. So you know, I thought I remember doing like a big, hey, Mike. It's funny that they're both the same name. Welcome to the band kind of thing. You know, I hey, you get Gabba Gabba, hey, one of us. And then the next tour, he was gone, and Michael was back, and I'm like, punched in the face, like what? I'm mind blown. I couldn't keep up with the drama. But continuing on this theme, there was one tour, would have been like 2000. I had just ordered my first and last ever brand new car, and so I knew it was being delivered by a certain date, and I was like, all right, well, you know, we got this tour coming up, I'll come back with, you know, X amount of dollars, and I'll be able to you know, make my down payments and, you know, finance the rest. First night, like right after we leave, we haven't even gotten to the first gig yet, we're stopped at a truck stop somewhere for the drivers to take a nap or something, and Michael is like on the phone. Somebody brings it to my attention that Michael's on the phone trying to arrange a ride to go back home. And I'm like, he's doing what? Like, no, dude, you don't understand. Like, other people's livelihoods are wrapped up in this shit. You can't just be like, no, I'm not doing this. And I'm going back in the truck stop. He sees me coming. He's like, oh, this is fucking ridiculous. And he's kind of running away from me. And I'm like, dude, you don't understand. Like, people's lives are kind of at stake here.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm trying to process this. Wait. Yeah. I'm trying to process this. This was before the final break with those guys.
Yeah.
This was sometime earlier in the year 2000. You were about to go on tour, and Mike is trying to get out of there, and you are actually sort of like following him, being like, "Hey, man, you got like trying to talk sense into him."
I'm trying to talk him out of it, and he's not wanting to hear it. And I think he actually did go back home, but then still came back out in time for the first show or something like that. But I remember being in like fucking panic mode. Like, I'm going to have to call the dealership and tell them to cancel the order. I can't pay for the car now. I'm not going to have the money.
Fuck.
Yeah. And I'm like, you,
that,
you know, and again, I'm not looking to like speak ill of anybody here, but only with experience, life experience, both up and down, are you going to understand that like my decisions affect everybody else who's here with me. It's not just me. And
it's also committing to something. If you you committed to doing a tour where everybody has made financial decisions in order to do said tour, but even
We're all
as
committed.
you, yeah,
Yeah.
it's like you have to stay the course. And here's what's interesting. This is something that Mike talked about on his episode, and I don't mind bringing it up here because Mike Hideous spoke about it very like outwardly and publicly. And it's interesting. It was an interesting observation and something that I most certainly never considered about singing and what is required of singing. And while Michael Graves might have been greener in that regard than say Mike Hideous, who you're right, dude. Mike Hideous had an established band. He had the Empire Hideous. He was out there. He was doing all that shit. He was clearly influenced by the Misfits and other bands of the ilk. And he was out there doing his punk rock thing, trying to put his band on the map and whatnot. He knew he was pressing records and doing all sorts of shit.
Right.
However, he had, I think up until that point, never done such a lengthy tour with new material.
Yeah.
In a vocal range that perhaps he might have not been entirely accustomed, right? Accustomed to singing. And I know he mentioned, and I'm sure you were probably aware of it at the time, that he blew out. He kind of was like slowly straining his voice. He was having trouble with his voice. And what he didn't realize is like, he even said something along the lines of this. And again, I am paraphrasing right now. Something of, I didn't understand that, like, I had to really sort of warm up my throat, or I had to accustom my throat and my vocal cords to doing this sort of thing, and was unable at first. And you know, Mike says that he eventually caught on. He was able to, it was able to keep up with it, but that he really fucked up his voice at the beginning.
Oh yeah, he did.
So
his normal talking voice became very raspy in the beginning there. So yeah, the struggle was real. And I mean, when I was auditioning for the Misfits, I was taking professional vocal lessons, and she told me, it's like, listen, if you get this gig and you go out on tour and you're singing a set every night, especially with me being a bass and having to talk about having to push for those higher notes, you're gonna blow your voice out. She's like, you got to get a good night's sleep every night. You got to drink plenty of water, and you really should sleep with like a hot air or might not have been hot air, but a humidifier next to you. Now on tour, you're probably not getting any of that. Maybe just the water, but a good night's like good 8 to 10 hours of sleep a night. No, you're not doing that. Humidifier next to you? Are you fucking kidding? So the jet lag. Yeah. So all that stuff contributes to your voice failing. And of course, just getting used to that. I mean, Mike was used to singing, but he was used to singing his songs.
Right.
Now he was singing somebody else's material, and it's very different.
So this is real trial by fire stuff for Mike Hideous, and coupled with the fact that perhaps, from what Tank was saying, that he theorized from what Tank was theorizing, as well as from what I had heard from people very much in the know, who heard from firsthand sources, and are probably have a very great authority to be able to speak on such things. But again, we will take with a grain of salt, said about Chud and Doyle not being stoked about the situation. All of these things, as well as Jerry, again, trying to show, it's really about Michael Graves. Like, listen up, buddy. You missed out on South America. You missed out on Europe. Don't get out of line. Cause I mean, look at this opportunity. I'm going to give it to this guy named Mike.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, and again, these guys are, it's a message on some level.
I'm not sure how Michael survived not doing those tours. I mean, we were all at a point in our lives where, like, nobody's getting fat off of royalties or stuff like that. Like, you had to be out there working. So somehow,
well, I mean, listen, he was apparently he was good to do the hockey camp. So
yeah,
I don't know, man. But he, and then apart from any sort of drama or conflict, you're down in South America for the first time. What was that like? Here's what's interesting too, is that the South America has always, there's a fever, a ferocity for not only punk rock, but also, I would say, the Misfits have definitely, they have a big following in South America, and it kind of, in the same way that Metallica rubbed off, that the notoriety of Metallica rubbed off on the Misfits in the 80s. I would almost say the same thing kind of happens with the Misfits and the Ramones in the 90s, in the sense that the Ramones were bigger than the Beatles in South America, and then that somehow gets transferred over to the Misfits a little bit. Like, the Misfits are a big deal down there. Can you talk about that? Anything about that? Yeah.
So South America tour, where are we? 98? Or is this
We're
late
in 98? Yeah.
98. We, first of all, we had merch printed down there, because to print it in the States and then ship it down there and then pay for tariffs and whatever, it was, it got too much. As it was just printing it down there, we had to charge more than we normally would for a shirt, which that's a bad economy to do it in. So whatever South American tour shirts there are from that year, like, they're rare. There's like maybe 50 of each or something, some stupid low number like that. And I remember them running a bit small. I got one of each, and I was like, oh no, I got a European one of those. They were small. But that was the first tour I did as both merch guy and guitar tech, like backup guitar tech. We had a hired guitar tech for the Brazilian show that we did with Matisse. Matisse was German, lived in we teased him about being like, one of the boys of Brazil, or whatever that movie is, where the fleet of Brazil. We'd always tease him about that, and he would play along. But he knew I was a huge Rammstein fan, and he was friends with those guys, being German and being a I guess everybody knows everybody in Germany. I don't know. So he gave me like a cool Rammstein crew hoodie at the end of the tour that I just thought was the coolest thing. They glowed in the dark. The logo glowed in the dark, or reflective. But South America was kind of crazy. Matthias Prill, that's his name. He warned us as we drove through the mountains of Brazil to stay away from the banana trees, because there's a certain poisonous snake that likes to hang out in them. And don't drink the water. That goes without saying all over South and Central America. But even like in the little roadside stops when we stopped because we were on a bus, but it wasn't like a tour bus. It was a cedar with TV screens, and we'd sleep in hotels, and the bus driver would take us to the next town. But there was no bathrooms. We'd have to stop for bathroom breaks. But he warned us, check the toilets before you sit down, because tarantulas could be, hiding up. Oh my
God!
I'm like, oh, really? This is how you live? Okay. But the shows in Brazil were high energy. The crowd was really, really, really into it. Then when we got to Argentina, the tradition to show that you liked the band was to spit on the band. What is it? Is that what it's called?
Gobbing. Yeah. That started in the 70s in England, and they would spit on you if they liked you.
Okay, thanks, but I'd rather you hate me. That's freaking disgusting. Yeah. And then so yeah, we did that. We did Chile. We did. Did we hit Puerto Rico on that one? Anyway, wow. But any specifics about that tour besides the gobbing? At least they didn't.
Well, you had I know that there was you were also kind of on crowd control.
Well, crowd control.
Yeah, weren't you from time to time, didn't you have to be on crowd control? Just the crowds would get a little crazy, no?
When I was guitar tech, so in Brazil, I didn't really have to guitar tech because we had a hired guy. But Argentina, I know Chile, I had to guitar tech. Puerto Rico, I had to guitar tech. I think Argentina, we still had the same guitar tech, but at some point we lost him, and I had to take over. And there's the stories out there. I don't know if that was a Hideous show or a Graves show, but where the kid got up on stage and I ganked him into a headlock and then threw him down to security, and security didn't catch him, and he landed on his head. I thought he was dead. And like all 4,000 people in the stadium are booing. And I'm like, oh God. So I don't know. God, what tour?
I think that was Hideous, because that was in the Living the American Nightmare thing.
Okay, so that was a Hideous show. So the beginning. So I've got merch set up out front, Estadio Chile. It's a big, like a basketball stadium. from what I heard, the price of a ticket to a Misfits show was about half of your average monthly salary. So talk about some overpriced bullshit. I don't know if it's just corruption or greed or what it was, but like, wow, that's, who's going to see that show? So about 2,000 fans paid that price, and the other 2,000 were outside, like, chanting and getting ready to frickin' riot because they couldn't afford to go in. So it was tense, to say the least. So I'm set up out front of this big, like, foyer area with a couple T-shirts taped on the wall, some stickers, CD on the table, and so Evilive 2, Evilive 2 was for sale at that point.
Oh, we didn't talk. When did Evilive? We did not talk about Evilive 2. I want to know.
97.
All right, I have questions about that, but go ahead. I don't want to interrupt you. Continue on.
So I'm there with my translator, and sales aren't going so well. They've already spent so much money on the ticket. They don't have any money to buy a shirt, unfortunately. I felt so bad for these guys. But I'm kind of looking down, like doing something, and I hear all this glass just like smash, and like, I mean, like a lot of glass. And I look back at all the doors, all the glass doors, and the 2,000 kids that were outside have now rioted, broken down the barricades that were out there, and smashed through the glass doors and windows to come into the building. And there's now like a wave of them coming up the front, grand entrance to this stadium towards me. And I just, oh my God, I just quickly rip all the shirts off the wall, rip everything off the table, throw it into the boxes, and my translator and I, we just haul ass out of there. We run into the backstage. The band's already back there. I'm like, guys, you're not going to believe this. They're busting down the walls. They're breaking in here. So half of the people outside, like they didn't pay to get in. Not that we're worried about that, but it's a little crazy. Just like be on the lookout. So we get up to do the show. The show seems to be going okay. I don't remember there being a whole lot of spitting this time, because that will be an issue later, a big issue later. But there was at one point a guy that got over the barricade, got past security, got up onto the front of the stage, which was like 6 feet high, 7 feet high, was a freaking high stage, and just starts hauling ass straight towards Doyle's stack. And I'm standing behind the stack, and I see him like just booking right towards me. I'm like, oh crap, this can't be good. So I step out in front of the stack. He runs right to me. I just wrap him up in a headlock and start dragging him to the front of the stage. And I see him reaching out as I'm dragging him away, and I realize what he's trying to do. Doyle used to keep picks on top of his amp behind a piece of Velcro so they wouldn't vibrate off. And so when he would drop a pick or throw it out in the crowd, he'd go back and reach and click another one. So this guy caught on to that, and after what happened, I felt horrible because he was just trying to get a pick. But I dragged him to the front of the stage. I stand there for a second. I look down. I make eye contact with two security guys down there. Kind of, give him the international, like, here he comes, kind of nod. And I toss him down, and they don't catch him. They don't even try. They just like kind of step out of the way, and boom, dude goes head first right into the freaking concrete floor, and just like lays there like in a pile. And now all 4,000 fans in this stadium are collectively booing. Oh my God! I just killed one of their own right in front of them. I thought we were going to die. I thought we were going to have a full-on riot, and we were all getting ganked. Luckily, the dude did start to move, and security got him up. I'm like, you fucking guys. So immediately I go back, I grab a handful of picks. I start chucking them out in the crowd. I get bottles of water. I start chucking them out in the crowd. I start getting the crowd back on our side, and I was able to, but man, that was fucking scary.
First of all, thank you for clarifying that, because I heard that story from that Living the American Nightmare thing, so I didn't remember the exact particulars, but I did see video footage of something of it, or there was something that was some B-roll that was playing. I don't know if it was the exact incident, but for some reason I thought you were security, but now, like, when hearing you telling it from that point of view, I mean, someone's running towards not only the stage, but like the equipment that's making the show go for 4,000 people. Right. Like, there's nothing in your account where I mean, you're not liable for that, man. You just literally were just doing your job. Even throwing the guy off the thing, it's not like you did it knowing that he was going to hit
No.
It wasn't done maliciously. It was done, I got to get this guy off. I
Mhm.
have taken the moment to initiate, hey, I'm throwing, you're going to catch, right?
Yeah.
You let go of someone confident that
Something
they
was
were going to
lost
be
in
caught.
translation.
Yeah,
I don't know.
literally lost in translation.
Yep.
And most of all, again, this was like, there was a whole thing about this with the dude from Lamb of God, where somebody did die.
Hmm.
A kid died stage diving at a Lamb of God, and it's something to do with the band. You know what it was? Actually, I think what happened was there was not security, or the security was not doing their job, meaning that the band had to interact in some way that led to this manslaughter style
Mm.
situation. But the point is that there was a lot of emphasis being placed on the band and no emphasis being placed on the fact that
Right.
the band is doing a job. They are on the stage and they are singing and performing the show.
Mhm.
There needs to the person who is supposed to be interfering with people trying to interrupt the show
Mhm.
is not doing their job.
Right.
It's like film sets, right? Everything is super compartmentalized for a reason. Like a PA doesn't pick up a live wire. That's the grip's job, or the
Right.
electric best boy's job. You
Yeah.
don't do somebody else's department's work. Everybody
Right.
has their fine role
Their job.
for
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
very specific reason.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know. That's how I kind of see that situation when I hear you tell it from, rehearing it again in that specific way.
Mhm.
And, thank goodness everything turned out okay for all parties involved.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it was. I don't know if it was the next night, but I think the next show was Puerto Rico, and that was where we played an outdoor venue, and there was a lake behind the. So I'm in the back of the stage with a lake behind me and like a little 2-foot high chicken wire fence. And I asked the promoter or somebody there, I'm like, so what's with the fence? I'm like, oh, that's to keep the alligators from coming up out of the lake. That's what? That's gonna stop an alligator? So the whole night I'm like stringing guitars, checking my back, gotta check my six here. Something's gonna come up and bite my ass. But and apparently the opening act was hardcore wrestling. Like that's probably the best opening act we've ever had.
Perfect.
But some guy got on that stage during the show, got up and kind of danced around, did his thing. He wasn't causing a problem, but yeah, this is great. It's punk, I get it, but okay, your time's up. Let's go. There's kind of like a limit to you doing your dance and your jig up there. So instead of putting him in a headlock, because there was no immediate threat, so I didn't have to address it like that. And after what had just happened, I certainly didn't want to overreact. So I casually walk over to the guy, gently put my arm around him, and just shall we? And he was agreeable. Like, yeah, okay, cool, let's go. Time for you to jump off. And so I give him the gentlest bit of a shove because he didn't have far to go. It was a low stage and just over the barricade. Dude trips over the fucking monitors going out and crash lands down in front of the stage.
Oh.
And I'm like, I can't fucking win with these people. Oh my God. And I'm like, I just threw my hands up and walked in. And later, everybody laughed about it. Of course, that's what happened. I think as far as I know, I hope this is true, we've only had one death at one of our shows.
There was a death at a Misfits show?
It wasn't specifically a Misfits show. We were playing at Clutch Cargo's, I think it was called, in Detroit, which was the top level of a parking garage, but it was a festival. I remember the stage that it happened at, I think it happened while Cannibal Corpse was playing, and then we played a different show, and because it was
so it wasn't in a Misfits audience during the Misfits,
but it was a show that we were at. Somebody
sure.
got curb stomped,
tragic
death.
Oh my God,
in the pit during Cannibal Corpse. I think it was a skinhead tussle, whatever. But yeah, that was very, very sad. I remember our show getting cut short. They cut us off during Violent World, I think, because at an hour, they're like, "Yep, we're cutting the PA. You're done. You're off. We don't care who you are. You're done." Okay. But yeah, that was the day. So I used to carry this fanny pack because they were so stylish back then. Because all my important stuff, like passports, cash,
Sure.
just everything that hotel key, like all the really important stuff was right there at my crotch, like the first thing I'm going to protect, like if somebody's coming at me. But for some reason, somebody went to the hospital earlier that day. I don't remember why. It was obviously nothing major I would have remembered. And for some reason, they ended up with that. And whatever, like my cash to do change for merch was in there or something.
Oh, my God.
And I'm beginning to flip and panic. What do you mean it's with them at the hospital and it's not here with me? And I had a Diet Coke in my hand because that was my thing back then. I was addicted to Diet Coke. And I threw the can down, just like, fuck. And the Diet Coke went like splattering all over the place, and it splattered across some guy's poor guy's back. Not like soaking wet, but he got wet, and he poor guy. Oh my God, he turns around like all tough guy, like what the fuck, and then he sees you through it, and he's like, I just I just had to giggle. So sorry, brother, sorry, didn't mean to do that, but. But yeah, anyway, clutch card. Yeah, people dying in the crowds. South America, Mike Hideous.
One thing to interject.
Mhm.
So in the back list of like your mind, are you just like, okay, just like have picks in my pocket if somebody's running the stage, like they're probably just gonna get like an immediate diffusing situation. Did it ever come up again after that where you were able to like just mitigate by just throwing a pick at someone and keeping them from charging you?
No, not that I recall. Usually security is pretty good about not letting kids get over the barricade.
You mean security doing their job?
Yeah, and climbing up onto a freaking stage. I mean, the only other time that security like really, really failed was us playing Mexico City when once the barricade went down, they just freaking left, like literally walked out of the building. Hence us running for our lives. But that was 2000. That was later 2000. So we got to tell the Mexico City story down the road. So Mexico City, we played the Hard Rock. I think that was the first time we played there with Mike Hideous, and they had a really, really cool picture of him up on the stage, like in green lighting. And they framed it and put it up in the dressing room with other famous people that had played there.
I've seen that picture.
Yeah.
I know a picture.
Yeah, I think I gifted it to Mike Hideous at one point. But when we returned the second time to play the Hard Rock in Mexico City, Michael Graves was with us, and he saw that picture, and it was at the end of the line. It was the last one, and it was secured to the wall pretty hardcore. It wasn't just like hanging on there. I guess they really wanted to make sure that people didn't walk off with these photos. Somehow that picture ended up ripped off the wall and like in a trash can somewhere.
Yeah, this story's in that documentary as well, where that he ripped it down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and it came home with me, and it was in my collection for many years, but I later gave it to Mike Hideous.
Oh, so it was intact, because I remember distinctly.
I took it home in the frame. Yeah. It was
okay.
It was like there was like wall, like an anchor in each corner that like went into the driveway.
Okay, I thought it was like ripped, that it was ripped to pieces or something. No. Okay, well that's good. I'm glad it wasn't ripped to pieces. Mm-hmm. So and then what about like just in general? Just like, did you notice a difference in the fandom? Like, did you really see like the rabid fanaticism of South American fandom while you were down there?
Not so much. I mean, yeah, the shows were high energy. There were definitely more. It's hard to say. Was it security not doing their job, or was it the fans being so rabid that allowed them to get onto the stage and do what they did? I can't say for sure, but the fans were definitely like into it. So the drill is there's a network of fans in South and Central America. Right. When you land at the airport, they will be there, and and then I don't know if they follow you but they probably can't follow you from the airport. But when you get to your hotel, there will be a group of fans at your hotel, and you look at the promoter like, why did you tell people what? And he's like, we didn't tell anybody anything. there is a small group of fans at every hotel in the area. And once you show up at one, the word goes out. And when we leave now, it's going to be a fucking mob scene. And sure enough, when you go to leave the hotel, everybody's there. And, you know, there's, I feel kind of dickish about this, but the first time we went to South America, apparently there was a guy that took a picture with Doyle, and I'm like in the background or something. So the next time we went to South America, in South America, I'm not Tank, I'm Tonk. Just putting that out there, Tonk. Next time we go to South America, he's like, Tonk, don't you remember me, Tonk? I take picture with you. I'm getting on the bus, and I just look back at him and I go, no. I'm like, this guy's like up my fucking ass about like, remember me. And I'm like, I don't fucking. Finally, this photo surfaces of this guy, this rabid fan, taking a picture with Doyle, like, ooh, and like in the background somewhere, I'm like walking on the door, looking some other direction. I'm like, we didn't take a picture together. What are you talking about? But this is, oh God, talk about poor Robo. One of the times we were in South America, just because we're on the South American journey right now, we were down there. This was the Jerry Dez Robo era when I was full blown tour manager. Jerry and Dez were doing it. We had done a little live gig in one of the radio studio, did a couple songs, and then Jerry and Dez went down the hallway to do like a radio interview. And whatever country we're in, they speak Spanish, and there was some language barriers. So like, Robo, what do you do? Robo doesn't do interviews, by the way. We get to Estonia, and they're trying to interview us by the tracks, and Jerry and Dez are talking. They ask Robo a question. He just goes, okay, thank you for that input, Robo. So they coerced Robo into going down this hallway into the other studio to take part in the interview. To get there, we had to walk across this like glass encased catwalk, and all the fans are outside, like waiting rapidly for someone to walk across this catwalk. So this is so good. So Robo walks across this catwalk, and you hear the crowd all shout, Robo! And then I'm walking behind him just keeping a leash on the band, and everybody shouts my name like twice as loud. Robo, Tank. Like everybody goes fucking nuts. Robo looks back at me like, the fuck? I'm like, sorry, bro. I'm bigger in South America than you are, and you're even from here. But so that was a Robo, Tank.
That's great.
Yeah, poor Robo.
Poor Robo.
So when we did do South American tours with Marky Ramone, that's when the fans got really
okay. Save that one for the later. Save it for that era of the band, because I really want to hear about that. That is going to be awesome. I really want to, because I've seen Ramones Raw. So we'll talk. Mm-hmm. We'll talk about that.
Right.
I want to save that.
Bookmark
save that
one.
That's probably gnarly. But one thing that, so here's the other thing too. You'll see on YouTube all the time, if you find like a live show of the Misfits 95, you'll see a couple things. One, there's one of Mike Hideous. He's sort of like egging on a guy who's taunting Doyle. And then he gets close enough, and either somebody pulls somebody on stage or he gets up on stage, and Doyle just shuts this guy down so fucking fast, like does not hesitate, something like that. And every once in a while you see these, and same thing with Michael Graves too. Michael Graves actually kind of like from time to time seems to scrap when the opportunity called for it after his initial hazing and whatnot. Yeah. But it was just like it was sort of like this modus operandi of like, if you come near me on the stage when I'm trying to play my guitar, I'm going to shut you down.
Boom. Yeah.
Real quick. I'm going to shut you down. I don't want to deal with this bullshit.
Yeah.
Like, was that typically like sort of like the vibe of like, I'm trying to play the show.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't, I mean, you hop up on stage, you can go party over by Jerry for a little bit, and hey, that's cool or whatever. Maybe jam with Mike or Michael, and that's cool. Once you go to that other side of the stage in Doyle's territory, you are going down. You don't want to know nothing. Don't want to know nothing about your bullshit.
Was there ever a time where Doyle just got really soured by some sort of antic that like led to that mentality, or was that maybe, and again, I'm speculating here. I'm not is that maybe that's carries over from the early Misfit days, from the El Kabong shit, and like, getting full beers thrown at you when you're 17 years old trying to play a show, like was there anything in the 90s that were like Doyle's just like, all right, fuck this, like anybody comes near me,
I think he was always just like, fuck this, I don't want you near me. I don't think there's anything that triggered that. I think that's just who he is.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's like what's he put on Instagram, or says on the why be something you're not, Doyle guitar.
Yeah.
That's what I do, and if you interrupt that, you're going down.
Right.
I think
just
it's
like zero. Yeah. Just I'm just not gonna put up with any of this bullshit, these shenanigans and whatnot.
Yeah. It wasn't the first time. This was, I would probably be the second time when we went back to South America with Michael Graves. This was the time that we knew the Argentinians were going to spit. So we had Hurricane fans lined up behind the barricade to blow it back at them.
Nice.
Yeah. But we hadn't experienced it in Chile the first time we were there. But now we go back with Michael, and lo and behold, we're getting gobbed on like massively. And
thank you, Carpetbagger.
We're not receiving it well. We're not happy about this because it's bad. It's I was on that stage. It was fucking. There was at one point Michael was on my shoulders.
Yeah,
we were both just getting freaking pelted. And then at one point, so it was bad. It was a rough night. We get on the plane the next morning, and they're handing out newspapers. And I think I'm pretty sure it was the back page, full color, full page. It was in Spanish, but it translated to Misfits, terror on stage. And the main photo is a shot of Michael like trying to like pull himself, away from fans. Doyle is there like half cocked, about ready to go with the guitar. And I'm there dragging Michael out of the crowd, and Doyle's about ready to crank the guy that's like fucking with him. Oh my fucking God, what a night. I have that framed. It used to hang up in my office because it was like, yep, that's South America. There you go.
That would have been this is a great segue, actually, because first of all, that would have been a great live album name, Misfits, Terror on Stage.
Yeah.
And it would have worked because you could have tied it into that newspaper clipping. That would have been awesome. Which brings me back for a moment to Evilive 2.
Right.
Because we didn't really talk about it. How did Evilive 2 come about? And these were all sourced. I know the recordings were sourced from Dr. Chud, because Dr. Chud recorded everything.
Chud would record the audio. Doyle would record the video. Again, going back to that whole listening to your own podcast thing, every night after the show, we would watch our own show to critique ourselves, like a football team going over with the coach. What can we do better tomorrow night? So all those tapes are somewhere, I hope, maybe.
Wait, Doyle, hold on a second. Doyle was recording all of the shows on.
He would have somebody set up the camera somewhere to record the video, and Chud was recording. They weren't synced up or anything, but I mean, obviously you're recording the same show, they've got to sync somehow. But there was one night, it was a venue we only played once, and I want to say it was like Detroit. I remember it well because at the time, due to a mishap with some hair clippers, I was bald, like to the skin, bald. But I still had the black outline beard, and apparently I looked really scary. I remember walking through the crowd.
Yeah, that's when you're posing with Mad Mark Rude. Your head is
bald.
shaved.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So this would have been around that era. I'm headed to where I need to set up the camera to film the show, and I'm trying to get through the crowd, and there's some girl kind of like in my way, and I'm walking right up behind her, and she turned around, and I wasn't like boo, or I'm just standing there, and she turns around, she's like, ah, like she fucking flipped when she saw me. I was like the scariest thing she'd ever seen. But okay, that's kind of cool. Thank you. But I get up to, it's like this domed roof that overlooks the entire venue, and there's like a hatch in the floor. And so for the show, I'm sitting like 5 stories up in the air with just like my feet dangling off the edge and the
My
camera
God.
sitting next to me. And I thought it was pretty impressive that the shot, I mean, I zoomed in on the stage. I'm like, this is fucking great. So afterwards, after we're done breaking down, I'm like, Rocky, you gotta see where I was tonight. It was really fucking amazing. So we go all the way up through the spiral staircase and through the catwalks and all this crazy shit. Really fan of the opera kind of stuff. And we're walking up to where I was, and he's just walking like, oh, hey, this is pretty neat. And I open up this hatch in the floor, and immediately he's like, whoa! Like he panicked and he jumped back. He's like, oh my God. I'm like, what's the matter? He's like, here's me. There's death. Here's me. There's death. I'm like, you're not gonna. I sat right here on the edge. He's like, no. Yeah, his fear of heights like really kicked in because we were way up there. And
Wow.
yeah, if you had fallen, you would have died.
But you had a
But
nice
those are
zoom,
kind of
you had a
the
nice
kinds of
zoom
things.
function on that
Yeah.
camcorder.
The view was incredible. Absolutely. I can't. We only played that venue once, and I'm pretty sure it was Detroit, but I can't think of what the venue name was, unfortunately.
That's just interesting. I just never imagined that Doyle would be as concerned to record
Yeah.
all that. That makes sense though, because you see on YouTube there are so many friggin' video shows of the Misfits.
Maybe that's
Of the 95 Misfits, and I'm like,
Yeah.
who's recording all these shows? That must
Yeah.
be those tapes.
They could
I
be.
would imagine.
I don't know. I don't know where they ended up.
Allegedly,
Maybe
though,
they were.
Chud has like a box, or there's some archive
Mhm.
of every performance the Misfits ever did with Chud, because
Yeah.
Chud recorded everything, absolutely everything. That's crazy.
Yeah, so Evilive too. So we were not
Right.
allowed to legally. We were not allowed to release any old material recorded with the new lineup. Okay, so we put it out as a fan club only release. It was not whatever the legal loopholes are.
Right.
We ran with that, and it was a Fiend Club edition. In the first 100, the discs were light blue instead of being white. The Fiend Club logo was, the background was light blue instead of white. I don't know why, but that's what it was. But yeah, we sold them at the shows, and we sold them through the Bleeders Digest, and you had to be a card carrying Fiend Club member to be able to buy it. I mean, you could buy it secondhand, like you saw it at FYE or whatever.
Right. Yeah, I told you. Oh, so maybe we did talk about this, because
A little bit,
if
yeah.
I told you that story, then we have covered this.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah,
don't
but it
remember
wasn't
that.
like you couldn't walk into Tower Records and buy a copy of it. You had to buy the show.
Did Danzig try and shut it down, or he got
Probably.
mad about it at some
Probably.
point?
Yeah, he might have. I don't know. I know. I mean, Pushead did the artwork.
Right.
It was a little more just brown than I would have
Yeah.
made it myself. But that was just me. This might come up later, but before I forget, really cool Pushead story. Fiend Fest 2003. We're in Frisco. We're typical bullshit on the stage, problems with this, problem with that. So I'm trying to sort stuff out. One of my drivers, Mike, comes up to me like, hey, there's some guy out by the RV looking for you. And I'm like, whoever the fuck it is, you tell him he's got to fucking wait. The tank is busy. I'm sorry. I don't know who the fuck's looking for me. So I'm still, I'm kind of forgotten about it, as I'm just trying to get my job done and get everybody, I'm herding cats in one direction here. So I finally walk out the back door, and this guy and his girlfriend or wife, I'm not sure. He was kind of tall. She was Asian. He was white. They're still there by the RV, and I was almost like, oh my God, I completely forgot this guy was waiting for me. He's been waiting a while, and he comes over and he puts his hand out to shake mine. He's like, John Grimm, and I'm like, yeah, I have no idea who this is. He goes, hey, I'm Pushead. I'm Pushead. I've always wanted to meet you. What? You've wanted to meet? What? Are you? You know who I am? I'm like, what? Whoa. Yeah, that was. And so obviously we stood there and we chatted for a good while. I'm like, Mike, why didn't you tell me Pushead was looking for me? I would have dropped what the fuck I was doing and raced out there. But
that's awesome.
That was really, really. I've always wanted to meet you. Oh my God, very cool. Very cool. But that's just a little. That's my side. My
No,
side.
that's friggin' that's amazing. And I didn't, man, like
a lot of it was because of like the Grimm collection, the records,
right.
the old records, stuff like that. So we shared that love.
Did you tell me? Did he squabble with you? Not squabble. Squabble's the wrong word. Did he were you guys, babbling about like pressing numbers that because Glenn Danzig had told him, given him pressing info, and you knew your pressing info and stuff.
Right.
I don't know. Did
No, that was a me and Mark Kennedy thing. I don't remember specifically what Pushead and I spoke about, but we were both fanboying a little bit. It was probably kind of cute to look at it from the outside.
Yeah. No, that's rad, man. That's rad.
Yeah.
He keeps a pretty low profile. He's not really like in the
I
age
didn't
of
even
the
know
internet.
what he looked like. I had no idea it was him.
Yeah, but you're talking. This is 2003. I'm talking about like now in the age of the internet. You think that he would be a little like it'd be a little bit easier to like. He'd be more prominent in some way, shape, or form. He's not. He's very. He seems like a very private guy. Like very. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, and his artwork was like the storyline of my childhood. I mean, his artwork was on everything I was into, whether it was a skateboard or a flyer or a shirt or an album or whatever. Like that was it. That was the artwork. It was so cool.
And again, to zoom out real quick. So mid 98, you got the Bleeders Digest is going on for the Fiend Club.
Gotcha.
And no, I don't know what you got me. I mean, I'm just
I'm just zooming out.
Oh, okay. No, just that you have like the Fiend, then you got this guy, right? There's this Doug Evil guy. He's involved, right? He's involved with like what's going on with like the Fiend Club? What's going on with the Bleeders Digest? What's going on with like there was the Hell in a Blazes character? Nothing amounted to that. Like what's going on with all that stuff?
So
before we move on.
Yeah. So before I got involved with the Fiend Club was Rocky and Doug Evil. Rocky ran the show, and Doug Evil would put out the newsletters. He did a lot of artwork for the band early in the days. I don't think any of it ever got like officially used. It was just out there. He did a Fiend Club logo with the Hell and Blazes face instead of the Arc Fiend. He did. Do I have one here? Oh, he did the first Misfits coffee mug. I have one somewhere. It used to be right.
Coffee mug or coffin mug?
Coffee mug.
That's a miss. Jerry, come on. Where are you? Jerry, get on that.
Mug, dude.
Uncle Jerry,
seriously.
Do it for the kids.
Oh my God. It's here. Dude,
oh,
it's here.
Shit.
Okay. All right. So this is a rare piece of Misfits history.
Whoa, I've never seen that ever.
Okay, it was never released because there's Chud getting the Misfits logo. So this is all Doug Evil artwork.
Wow.
There's Jerry. Yep, there's Doyle.
Whoa.
Yep, there. Oh no, I'm sorry. The first one was Michael. There's Chud. Okay, but did you notice the massive error?
No, it's hard. I can like see it, but it's like, I mean, it's not like the highest definition of what I'm looking at. So you got to be more descriptive.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, here you go.
Michael in the straight jacket. All right, Michael in the straight jacket.
Got a Garbage Pail Kids vibe to it a little bit.
Well, this is Doug Evil's style.
Yeah. No, it's cool.
Yep.
I see it.
Yep. There's Jerry.
There's Jerry with his reverse weight belt and his strings.
Yep.
Doyle. Sure, with his band. Yeah.
Yep. There's Chud. So now we've got a much clearer view.
Yes.
Of this unreleased, very rare coffee mug.
I don't think I've ever seen any information or anything. That's like
never been released. Why was this never released?
Why?
Where's the blatant error?
Oh man, wait. Let me think about that. Oh, it just says is it because it's blocking the logo? It says Misfit. It doesn't say Misfits.
Where's the S?
The S is
gone.
We
don't know how that happened. We asked Doug, we're like, Doug, where's the S? He's like, it's on my original artwork. What do you mean it's not?
It was a printing error. It was a printing error.
Yeah. The mug says Misfit.
But it doesn't really say it. It says Misfi because you can't even see the T.
You can gather the T's behind oil, but the S is blatantly gone. No.
Well,
S.
Chud is sticking out like a sore thumb. Like,
Doesn't he always?
yeah, yes, he does. But like, no, but I mean, even if it's what's more jarring than the S to me is that Chud is not behind the logo. Although I guess Michael isn't really
Michael's not either. Yeah.
Okay.
So this was to be the first misfit coffee mug that we never released because it
that's
says
a
Misfit.
rad item though. That is
Yeah.
really cool.
Yep. So
Again, Jerry, what the fuck are you waiting for, man? Do this.
Coffin mugs. So what we ended up releasing was Fiend Club logo on one side, Fiend Club logo on the other side. But this was early Fiend Club stuff, Doug Evil type of artwork.
Dude, I wonder if Raimi or Joe or any of those guys have seen that because they all like they're well steeped in. I guess maybe not.
Yeah, never released.
So right, so all that is happening. All that is still going on.
Mm-hmm.
So now, so out of the South America tour into the European tour, which were pretty much back to back, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, very close.
And so you launch into that, and at any time, did you hear at any time? Because I don't know if Mike mentioned this in the episode. I know he mentioned it in his documentary, but this idea of Jerry saying to Mike Hideous, hey, start writing some songs because we're going to record an album, and Mike Hideous starting to prepare material for that. What do you remember of that?
I remember Jerry saying something on the European tour about Mike Hideous being able to add some of the spookier gothic vibe into the more raucous traditional Misfits sound, and that he was looking to build upon that. But that, if I remember correctly, that was about all I was privy to.
Gotcha. So, who knows how much of it was pillow talk and how much of it, because again, as we stated earlier, or as we surmise, as we theorize earlier, this idea of really, this is a power move. Michael Graves walks on a tour and then quits the band, and then Jerry exerting his force as calling the shots. Hey, fuck you, I could replace you in 2 seconds. And now these tours are over, and I think what it was either maybe it's Doyle and Chud bringing Michael back into the band, or something happens. Michael comes back into the band.
Yeah.
Hideous is out. Really sad, unfortunate situation. Hideous was done dirty.
And somehow Rocky was caught in the middle of that, where
really
I remember running into Mike Hideous at a chiller after Graves was back, and I was like, "Oh my God, Mike, it's so good to see you." And he he was like, "Hey, Tank, it's good to see you," because he knew that I was a straight shooter.
Yeah.
And then I was like, hey, hey, Rocky's here too. I'm sure he'd love to see you. And he's like, oh, I have nothing to say to him. And I was like, oh. But I think maybe there was just a misunderstanding about who was it that shafted him, because I was like, oh, that's news to me. I mean, Rocky and I are tight. Like if I knew something, if there was something going down, he and I probably would have talked about it. But later, having had Mike and Paul Bazile over here and over at Rocky's house doing the
it all got cleared up.
It all got cleared up in the end,
because he's in that movie. I mean, so you'd imagine that it was. And so now Mike is back in the band, and here's my big question for you. Now that Mike is back in the band, what is different now? How are things had to have changed on some level, I would imagine. Is there a shift in sort of like the vibe and dynamic, or is it still pretty much the same, picking up where it's left off? Graves in interviews has stated that by that point, maybe it was later, I don't want to say exactly when, because maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, that after that break, that he at some level was a mere, it wasn't a band anymore. He he didn't feel like he was a part of a band anymore, that he was more like a hired employee.
Mm-hmm.
Was there any kind of vibe that you saw from your POV, or did the atmosphere change in some sort of way that you could tell where it was kind of like that?
Nothing that I could really put my finger on, but again, I'm still in an era where I'm still pretty much just the merch guy.
Right.
So I'm not on the stage. I'm not backstage. I mean, I'm backstage from time to time, but like when things are going down, I'm not on the scene. I'm kind of in my own scene. I'm almost like the connection between the band and the fans at that point, you know, and definitely I met a lot of great fans that way, which was cool, you know, a fan to fan contact.
Sure.
But yeah, I don't recall like feeling or sensing anything different when he came back. I remember being surprised when he came back, because again, I just walk in the room and like, there's Michael. I'm like, oh, we're doing this now? Oh, okay. I'm supposed to like him now, right? Because before I was told like he was a bastard. Like, I don't know. Can you send me a memo ahead of time? Let me prepare for this. Yeah. So it was just very matter of fact. Like, oh, Hideous is out. Graves is back.
Did the other guys seem? The other guys were stoked to have Mike back and to have the train.
Doyle and Chud, where I think we're happier.
Right. Doyle and Graves were close at that time. They were
Doyle and Graves were known as Team Turtle.
Okay, explain it. What does that mean?
Perfect example. So Rocky was still tour manager when this happened. So I would have been assistant tour manager. So and as the merch guy, so it could have been either one of us paying for the meal. We both had like company credit cards. We get into a Steak and Shake late one night, wherever.
Shake
right?
So
yeah, get the freaking spaghetti mac. Forget it. And
freaking melts. I'll die if my arteries clog, but it's so good.
So Rocky and I and like two other people in the crew, we're the first ones in. Sit down in the booth, the four of us. Then more guys come in and sit down in another, you know, in our crew, band and crew, sit down in another booth. And then finally, Team Turtle, Doyle and Mike, and I forget who was with them, might have been Frankie Cheese or, you know, whoever was kind of like in their clique, finally come rolling off the bus and sit down in a booth, like well after the rest of us have already sat down. So this waiter, worst waiter in the history of waiters, comes, long story short, because, you know, I know we're pressed for time here. Team Turtle is eating their meal before I've even placed my fucking drink order. I am so livid. And there's one of these you know, cards like, hey, tell us how we did survey things. And the waiter's name was Walter. Ken Rocky's there, like, Walter was the greatest, but I fucking tore that thing up and I threw it in his face. I was so pissed off. Walter, I was the guy paying the freaking bill, which means I'm the guy leaving the tip.
Oh, no.
That's why you got 0 tip that night. Yeah, dude, how do you do that? Team Turtle is eating their food. I haven't placed my drink order yet.
Yeah, but you haven't explained. You still have not explained what Team Turtle is, what it means.
They show up late everywhere.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Team Turtle,
Team Turtle,
as in they're slow. They're slow to get off the bus.
Anytime we go somewhere, they're the last ones off the bus.
Right, and so you were annoyed that they were eating first because they are Team Turtle and you're Team Rabbit.
It's not that he took their order for. They are eating their food. I haven't even placed a drink order, and I was in my booth
and you're like,
before they even got out of bed,
organizing shit. You're tired. You're exhausted. They come waltzing off. Oh, that's interesting. So they were toast. Yeah. They bonded and were close at that time, and makes sense why Doyle would be upset that Graves isn't in the band anymore and all sorts of things of that nature.
Yeah.
However, then so here's the next thing, which kind of like also makes me wonder about the sort of vibe. August 22nd, 1998. This is after Graves is back in the band. This is after that European tour. The Misfits sign a deal with 21st Century Toys with plans to manufacture Jerry and Doyle action figures. Although I believe originally it was supposed to be all 4 band members. Eventually,
it was gonna be Jerry and Doyle and the Tank.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. Where the fuck did you pull that out from? I literally just said 21st Century Toys.
It's been sitting like right here. I can't even. It's been sitting right here all night, waiting for.
Because did I not just literally say 21st Century Toys like 2 seconds ago, and he just materializes a little fucking head out of nowhere? That is funny.
That's what every man wants. A little head.
A little head. Yes.
Yep.
That's your head.
Tank. That is my head. This is the prototype of the Tank doll from 21st Century Toys.
Wait, there really was a prototype for a Tank doll.
Yep.
How did that come about? Why? How?
Okay. So, 21st Century Toys approached the band about making these figures, but I think the most business sense was to make the 2 legendary members, Jerry and Doyle, and then if that did well, to continue on with the rest of the band, the Crimson Ghost, whatever you could milk out of that. So we are at San Diego Comic-Con, back when it was actually a
small soldiers, not toy soldiers.
Small soldiers.
Sorry, go ahead.
So before the Jumbotron screens and all the $50 autographs and all that bullshit. So we were there at the back wall next to Boris Vallejo's booth. Jerry and Doyle are there with the 21st Century Toys booth signing autographs. The line went out and down, and it was blocking Boris Vallejo's booth, so people couldn't get in to see the legendary Boris Vallejo. And his wife was like, "Do you guys think you could move?" I'm like, "Of course." I'm sorry. We got the line to go the other way. And again, this was before cosplay was a thing, and there was a Darth Maul there, and I was like, "Dude, that's cool." But while we're there, because this was like during a tour, who was the owner's name? Scott? I want to say Scott. Scott and his business partner, who I'm friends with on Facebook, and I can't remember his name, Ian, but I don't think it's Ian. I think that's wrong. Heath. Scott and Heath come to me and say, and I was bald at the time, had that outline beard and the shaved head. So I had that look about me. They were like, "Would you mind if we took a picture of your head to do a sculpt for like one of our villains?"
Wow.
What? So their speciality was like 12-inch military soldiers, army soldiers, Americans and Nazis and this and that. But then they also expanded into like America's finest. So they did like SWAT team guys and police and that sort of thing. So they had to have villains to go with the good guys. So they had like Boris the Enforcer and Tigor the Assassin and Matilda the Hun or whatever. And so they wanted to make a tank doll. So they took pictures of my head 360 degrees and
amazing.
And then Tim Gore, Tigor the Assassin, they made a doll. Well, he sculpted his own head and made a doll of himself. He sculpted my head. If I can get the focus for F's sake. There we go.
Yeah, no, that's amazing, dude.
All right. So my eyes are actually BBs. That's how you get them glass smooth at that scale. 1/12 scale, I believe this is. So they sculpted.
Wait, the 1/12 scale literally means that is 12 times smaller than you.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
12 times smaller, right? 12. Nailed it. So the sculpt went to China. They made the prototype head to be sent back to America to say, is it good? Should we mass produce this? So we are in Burbank after a toy show. So now we're jumping ahead. The sculpt has been done. The prototype has come back. We're in Burbank at a Black Angus after a toy show where 21st Century had like a booth set up, and it was a toy show. I mean, there was so much cool shit.
Right. Overstimulating.
Oh my God. 1/12 scale ATST driver in a scratch built 1/12 scale ATST.
Whoa.
It's like 5 feet tall. Oh my God, that was so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was an actual M1 Abrams tank in the parking lot. Oh my God. I got in the driver's seat, and Pat, who was the drum tech at the time, and somebody else had to pull me out. I was stuck. I could not. The tank couldn't fit in the tank. Go figure.
Tank.
Yeah.
The tank couldn't fit in the tank.
Tank couldn't fit in the tank. So we go to Black. So this is the stuff of legend right here. When I talk about like the type of shit that everybody remembers on tour, this is one of these stories. So we go to the Black Angus. As soon as we get off the bus, for some reason, King Tut is in front of me, and he turns around. He's like, "Hey, Tank, why don't you choke slam me right here?" Because we're on like a rocky parking lot, and he didn't even finish getting the words out of his mouth before, up he goes, and wham, down on the back of his head, and you could just hear like his soul, like escape from his body when
Oh my God,
when he hit, and I totally like caught everybody off guard. Like they did not expect that to happen. We were right off the bus. What did you do? Wow, bam, and like it, like he hits, he bounces up. Jerry grabs him, puts him back on his feet, and we just keep walking. Okay, that just happened. So then we get into the Black Angus,
a precursor of what's to come.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. So
holy shit.
So it's the Misfits, it's the Misfits crew, and it's the 21st Century Toys crew, and Glenn Hetrick, and probably would have been his girlfriend at the time, Michelle. So this huge long table. All the 21st century guys, the sculptors. I remember my buddy Jesse, who later became a buddy of mine through Wasteland. Like he was there with his girlfriend, and big party table. So this little head gets passed around the table for everybody to check out and be like, "Oh wow, look at that! It's a mini tank. That's so cool." And it finally makes the rounds, and it comes back to me. And in the bottom of this head, there's a hole. Right now, it's packed with some clay, so it could be resculpted. But originally, that hole is open because that's how you stick it on the action figure. This is a rubber head, by the way. I can squeeze it. It's hollow.
Oh, nice.
Just like this one. You can hollow. It comes back, and that hole is packed with butter.
What?
And I'm looking at it. I'm like, what the fuck? So I'm at the end of the table, and I look down the table, and I'm looking at everybody, and everybody's talking and carrying on, and they're like, they're not, like, nobody's avoiding me except one guy. He's deliberately not looking my way. All right, Glenn Hetrick, I got your number right here, pal. So I get up to, go to the bathroom, as you do. On my way down the table, I just happened to, a couple of fingers of whipped butter. I go right by Glenn at the other end of the table as I walk past, right in his ear, and I go, "All right, bitch, now you got butter in your head."
Butter in the ear.
He's like, "Oh, fucker, you fucker."
I thought you were going to give him a butter Sanchez.
No.
That would have been good too.
Right in the hole in his head.
Right in the ear.
Right in the ear. So
butter
then
Willie.
So I go into the men's room, and I got to take care of some serious business. I'm going to be here a little while. All right. So I'm in there doing my thing. I hear the door open and swing shut. I'm not thinking much about it. But I kind of hear a lot of like paper towels and like water and like shh. I'm like, oh shit, here we go. The fucking guys are, and sure, so I'm half hiking my pants up at this point, and sure enough, gobs of wet paper towels start flying over the top of the door into my stall, and I come flying out of the stall. And Jerry C was there, Jerry Other, as he's known now. Right. And I think he was the first dude that I just piled into. I ran into him so hard. He's stumbling backwards out the first swinging door. And then there's a second, he goes through the second swinging door and then across the hallway and into the freaking wall, like right in front of where the waiters go. I don't remember the specifics. So I do know there was a wet floor sign that somebody got whacked with like a chair in pro wrestling. It was the rumble of rumbles in the Burbank Black Angus men's room that night, and it was oh my god, it was so much fucking fun.
That's hilarious. That is
And it's all because of this little guy right here.
all because of the head, the
Yeah.
rubber head.
So,
Oh, so
this-
it was always a plan to do Jerry and Doyle first. It was never. I always
Right.
thought that there were supposed to be 4 of them, and that it was down to 2. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
it seems like that's where you're going to start is the big 2, and then see how that goes, and then carry
Gotcha.
on from there.
Gotcha.
You know, as we know, those dolls. I mean, they won Toy of the Year, but it was such a niche audience that eventually they ended up like on the markdown aisles in like the toy stores and stuff. They weren't selling very well. But there was, and I so stupid. I should have bought it. I didn't know that 21st Century went belly up before I went into production. I was supposed to be like a mob enforcer. Apparently, I came with a baseball bat and some comic books.
Oh, you should have gotten that, man.
It never went into production. And speaking of Angus, hello, Angus.
Hello, Angus. How are you tonight? Welcome to the show.
There was a vehicle that came out for the villains that was like the urban assault vehicle. And on the end of that box, it showed a photo of the prototype, the tank.
That's all you got to see.
And I was like, oh my God, I'm coming out soon. I'm coming out soon. And then 21st Century went belly up and I never came out. I wish I had bought that toy in that box because at least I would have the end piece of the box to show. Now, I've seen those toys on eBay, but not in the box.
I was about to say, have you ever like hunted one down?
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to exist out there somewhere. If you went to enough toy conventions.
I haven't searched in earnest, but I have seen the vehicle itself on eBay, but not boxed. And that, I think that I wasn't on the back of any of the cards of the other. I think that was the only thing I ever appeared on, unfortunately.
Sure.
But so that's the 21st. And at that not Dragon Con, Comic-Con, San Diego Comic-Con that year, we were handing out 21st Century toys, stickers, as just free. Like what they were just giving them to everybody. Apparently, they ended up stuck on everything all over the convention center, and 21st Century Toys kind of got like reprimanded for that. Yeah, that backfired a little bit. They weren't happy about
stickers, man. Stickers stick.
And Sharpie would have been happy to have that account, I'm sure, because that was a lot of stickers.
Stickers stick. Stickers stick. That's
they do.
The truth.
And it costs good money to unstick them, apparently.
That's true. Remember, riotstickers.com. Riotstickers.com /Frumess. Sticker stick.
Sticker stick.
So okay, let's see. Let's keep going down. Okay, so then I can't get over like I'm both happy that we're doing this timeline thing, but it's also a fucking curse because there's so many little things here that I just never would have thought to talk about with you, and now we can. And
you going through these dates are jogging my memory to things that I wouldn't have thought of.
Yeah, you know what? It's a good thing. It's ultimately
in the end.
In the end, it's good, but in the shit of it, it's fucking annoying because it's like then you have October 15th, you have the Misfits appearing on the Uncle Floyd show. Is this the first time that they've been back since the original days?
And I was not there for that.
You were not there for that, but they were back.
I still lived in Virginia, so me coming up for one thing, like if there was no merch being sold, why would I be there?
Right. So the Misfits played the Uncle Floyd show. It was probably, they have history with Uncle Floyd.
I later worked on his pool.
There you go. Wow.
He's got a pool shaped like an Easter egg, or like an egg, not an Easter egg.
Right.
And we were in his garage, and like some of his Uncle Floyd stuff was like his outfit was in there. We're like, whoa, cool.
Wait, and you were there with Rocky as well?
Yeah, when the first year I was doing swimming pools, I was working with Rocky for his cousin Joe, and just one day we were sent to Uncle Floyd's house to do something for his pool. I forgot what it was, but I remember being in the garage and being like, "Holy shit, that's Uncle Floyd's outfit! That's pretty fucking wild."
Was there like, did you see the Oogie pet Oogie anywhere?
No.
Supposedly Uncle Floyd has an entire intact archive of his shows, and just does not want them on the internet at all, and takes them down as fast as they go up. Every once in a while, something squeaks through for like a window of time, and then it gets pulled down. And he's just very resilient about that.
The appearance of the Misfits on the show back in the 80s used to be in the attic at the Wantage house owned by the Caiafa family. it was kind of like I never saw it, but the way I think Jerry described it to me, it was almost like a reel-to-reel kind of player, and it was actually on the machine that you could play it on. Like maybe there's a screen on there or something. And I think Grandma Jane just was cleaning out the attic one day, and there it went. Which is why we have to get that hard drive resurrected, because otherwise shit like that gets thrown out, and then decades later you're like, fuck.
Yeah.
Really?
No, I mean,
thrown away?
I agree.
Yeah.
It needs to remain intact. In fact, if you really want it to live forever, I don't know what kind of blue tape, but if there's any, as long as it's meant for public consumption, you can always assure that it will be accessible to fans if on the Internet Archive at some point, if you ever decide that you want it to be preserved, assuming that you could get it back for the break, that it will be there forever. Okay, so October 30th, 1998, the Misfits appeared at a special movie screening of the American Psycho video.
Yes.
You were there for that?
I was there for that, because there was merch sold. That's where we sold the limited edition, sort of the miniature. You had the long American Psycho poster, the long thin one, and then we had like a miniature, like a heavyweight one that felt like it was hand silkscreen, if I'm not mistaken. We sold those there. I think Cafiero had them made up. And we sold a few of them, but then I think I still have a stack like up in my attic, because there was a lot more made than we needed. They were around for years after that.
And then on Halloween, Joey Ramone joined the Misfits on stage for a set of Ramones covers.
The show that I said before where Frankie did Dr. Evil, that might actually be the show. I could, yeah. Joey Ramone was definitely there, and that could be it instead. That would make more sense, being actual Halloween night.
What do you remember about Joey Ramone from, being around him and whatnot, in the time, in whatever limited capacity that you were around Joey?
Yeah, I didn't work with him much, but I was around him. Tall, quiet, kind of awkward, like he didn't, he just a little weird, but in a cool sort of way, but just simple,
Did you ever meet Johnny?
No, I never met Johnny. Yeah, I met
Joey,
Dede, Marky. I didn't meet Tommy. I didn't meet Johnny.
I imagine you met CJ at some point.
I met CJ at one point. I couldn't tell you where or when or why, but I know I met CJ at some point.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. So then we have there's George Germain's funeral was in 1999, May 20th, 1999. We're in 1999 now. Wow. That just jumped.
That just jumped big time.
About 5 months.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're sort of making our way. Okay, here's the problem. We're at 2 hours and 48 minutes.
That's a problem.
And the problem is that there is wrestling, and the wrestling saga. That is a whole fucking. I have so many questions. There's so many things. So much. Like, what do we do here? Do we put a pin in it?
We should lay blame where it belongs. So do you know who that blamed for all that wrestling stuff?
Who? Really? Yeah. Wait, hold on. Okay, well, we're not there yet. I'm just trying to plot out, because I've literally been thinking in the back of my. First of all, wait a minute. When does the wrestling stuff start? In late 99, right? Oh, here it is. In November. So here's my question to you. Do you want to attempt to try? Do we put a pin in this conversation at
We're barely scratching the surface here, man. What are you talking about? Pin? What are you I mean, come on, don't be a sissy. Let's go.
It's just like, all right, okay, fine, fuck it, let's do it. All right, fuck it, let's go, baby.
I should be repping right now. I have a regional tournament tomorrow for Star Wars Destiny. I've got guys coming from Boston to come
talk about it. Say something.
And I should be repping my deck tonight, but instead I'm talking here with you, jabronis. But
all right,
that's love. That's what that is.
Let's fucking do it. I have some notes. I have some notes for the. I wanted to make sure that I read up a little bit from what I could gather from the internet for WCW, because it's like literally its own contained thing, in my opinion. Personally, I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's a footnote, and I'm just overhyping it. But
yeah.
All right. Let's just keep going. Okay. Okay. So the band performed. Okay. So yeah. Right. George Germain's funeral happens, and sidebar to that, you know, that's when like really rare pieces are being dealt with, because there's like all this like shit that George was sitting on, and it's being sorted to help out his wife, who you know,
Madeline, yeah, we talked about that. I think maybe in the first one, Steve Zing stepping in,
right? Yeah, and it wasn't about. I don't remember if we spoke about it, and I don't know if it was public that it was Steve Zing, but I guess it was. Yeah, and I guess we did talk.
Well, it might not have been public. That maybe I just threw Steve under the bus.
No, I don't think you did. I don't think you did, and it's nothing. It's nothing that like. It's nothing to throw under the bus. It's just, you know, I don't remember where I had heard that Steve. I think Steve had told me that he sorted things out, but maybe we had talked about it as well. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just in any case,
all the stuff was so rare.
Yeah.
That I couldn't I wanted to get it all, but I couldn't even afford one piece the way the bids were going. I'm like, oh my God, the 12-inch Night of the Living Dead acetates and stuff. Like
so that stuff is in private collections.
That's what helped Madeline out after George passed.
Right. I mean, it's crazy. And you know what else is crazy too? You have to imagine, whether Steve knows about it or somebody, you have to imagine that George probably had some super rare live recordings.
Oh yeah. You know? I mean, he would work the soundboard at like
right, and we know, if I'm not
mistaken.
Right, and so we know about Max's Kansas City and stuff, but you just have to imagine it's like not just one show; it's probably a whole bunch of shit, and you know,
and here's a sad story, kind of pertaining to George Germain and certainly Madeline. Madeline moved to North or South Carolina after George passed, so sometime thereafter, and my lifelong best friend, who's hopefully still listening, Steve Lucas, asked me around that time to be his best man in his wedding. One of the biggest honors, you know, any guy would ever, you know, have bestowed on him. But I was at a time, you know, this is like, you know, a year before the wedding. I'm like, I have no idea if I'm going to be home or not. I might be away on tour. Like there's no way for me to know that, you know, far enough in advance to be able to work that out. So I regrettably had to decline. And then he asked one of his brothers to be it. But as it happened, it just so happens that I was at Steve's wedding.
Oh,
I was not his best man. I was a guest. What happened was the band did play one show, the first show of a tour in like North or South Carolina. I missed that one show. The next day they stayed at Madeline's, and then they scooped me up on their way to wherever we went from there. So I was actually able to be at Steve's wedding. I could have been his best man. Damn it. But that was just how that ended up playing out. But I remember them having a day off and going to visit Madeline. So that was nice that she had the company. Yeah,
for sure. So then we have here's a random these random ass little like factoid tidbit things. So July 13th, 1999.
Oh yeah, July 13th, right? Yeah, that what?
The band performed as a 3-piece at the Abyss in Virginia Beach, where Michael missed the show due to a family emergency.
Yeah. Okay.
Jerry only and
Yep.
fans from the audience sang most of the songs. Michael's
Mhm.
cousin sang "Mommy, Can I Go Out and Kill Tonight?"
Yep. That was that Morgan's first show? That might have been Morgan's first show. Anyway, I remember the venue. I remember it being hot as hell that day. But yeah, they pulled fans out of the audience to come up like one at a time and sing a song. And I remember Big Dave sang one or two himself. And yeah, I'd totally forgotten about that. No, that might have been Marv the Roadie's last show. And then Morgan took over after that or something. I'd forgotten about Marv the Roadie. Holy shit.
Now, at some point, you know, this isn't the first time that Jerry had to sing lead. I mean, when Michael couldn't get into Canada, he also had to sing lead.
Right.
There seems to be on some level, there's like this gradual thing that starts happening and eventually transforms, and it transforms. You know, I mean, you kind of witness it, at least from the live side of things, where Jerry decides, hey, like, fuck having a live singer.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, fuck having a lead singer. I'll just be the singer.
I can do it. Yeah.
I can do this myself. Why do I keep dealing with, I keep dealing with the overarching theme in Jerry playing in bands is there's always a problem with the lead singer on some level. And if I just sing, then I don't have to deal with the lead singer anymore. There's no problem, you know. And on some level, although, you know, on some level, that's one less guy I have to pay too, right? Like, you know, one less tourist visa I have to deal with, one less, you know, hotel room I have to worry about, like all sorts of
less mouth to feed, all that stuff.
Yeah. So like from an and hey, it puts me into the spotlight. Although I personally, and I don't know Jerry only, you do, I don't, or you did, whatever. Like I've always thought when I read in interviews and I like think about this, I think that the fact that Jerry kept trying to get a lead singer suggests to me that it was sort of like a reluctant transformation,
right?
Because he really could have taken that steering wheel much earlier if he really wanted to, but he didn't. He didn't.
Yeah.
It's like he recognized what his place was within the band of, I'm the bass player, I do backup vocals, I need a guy, I need to get a guy, I need him to be the singer, the front man, the mouthpiece. But at some point there's like this shift, and I'm just curious to see from your POV, not like, you know, this is this question is really sort of leading the witness here, but this is just my observation as a fan, steeping myself in the subject matter and reading the history and stuff. That's what I glean from it. What do you see anything from your perspective?
Well, one of the greatest things Chud has ever said is, it's fucking hilarious. Well, when the you know, American Psycho Famous Monsters lineup was together, I forget what the context was or where we were, but I remember the quote clear as a bell. Chud saying, "I'm one of the best singers in this band." I'm like, well, okay, there's only 3 of you, and we know you're not saying that you're better than Michael. So if you're one of the, so what are you saying here, Chud? Like, it was just so funny what he said. I'm like, okay, we see where you're coming from. But Jerry has always been straight up TCB, taking care of business. That, you know, whatever it takes to get it done. Don't come to me with problems. Come to me with solutions. And traditionally the Misfits were a 4-piece band, and that's what it was, you know, that's what we set out to do, and that just wasn't getting the job done. So yeah, I think eventually at some point Jerry was just like, I can't, I'm enough with the fucking drama. I'm just gonna do it, because if I do it, there's no drama. it just gets fucking done. And I think it was just, exacerbation that he's just like, enough is enough. And Jerry is, as we all know, very driven, very focused. I have never seen anybody work so hard to make something happen as he does. He went and got, vocal lessons from the guy that taught Joey Ramone, taught Mick Jagger, like taught a lot of what the heck's her name? Christina Aguilera. Yeah. Yep. He got with this, what's his name? Don something. So Jerry had before every show, Jerry would go through this whole half-hour warm-up process, and then that was an hour before the stage time, and then wouldn't say much, before drinking water just all the time, doing everything he had to do to be the best that he could be. I mean, it was 110%, or he wasn't going to do it. And so, I mean, kudos to him for that, because I didn't see that coming out of anybody else at that level, from the band. So I think there was a reluctance originally to do it, to where it was just push comes to shove, I have no choice. In order to make this band survive, it's got to be me.
I mean, from talking to a lot of people, or talking about the idea that Jerry only very clearly has an ego, as lots of people do,
sure.
in
okay.
whatnot. It's just interesting. A lot of fans, a lot of people that give Jerry only shit, always sort of sling mud in the way of hey, you're singing because it's ego driven,
right?
But I think it's
an easy out,
No, but I think it's this concept that we're discussing right now, that it was, it's a it metamorphosized from a reluctant necessity of dealing with bullshit. And that it's not,
if it was all about Jerry's ego, why after Michael and Chud left,
right,
would Jerry have said, "Hey, Zoli,
right,
we know you don't have the look, but you got a great voice. Come sing for our band." Why would he even entertain that thought? He would have jumped on that immediately. So no, I don't think it was.
That's why. But there's a lot of people out there that give him, people that are really mad that he sings. That's what they give him shit for. And I just think it's so misunderstood. And I can't really speak to it because I don't know Jerry, but that's what I surmise from that, just from observation. It just seems like I'm doing this, or at least I started doing this because it was a necessity and not because I necessarily wanted to fall into it. So I don't know.
Yeah.
It was profound observation though, because I don't know, it just didn't, again, as you said, he went from Michael Graves to Mike Hideous, back to Michael Graves, back to Zoli. Speaks for itself,
Yeah.
Okay. I think, we're at it. So here it is. November 1st, 1999. The Misfits begin their association with WCW Wrestling by appearing in a wrestling match with Vampiro. Now, I have some other little things here because I really want to make sure, because there's a lot of details. It's funny. You could do a whole fucking documentary just about the Misfits being in the WCW if you wanted to.
Yeah.
And the first thing, before you know what? Why don't you launch in, start telling the story? I got to take a 30-second piss so fast. I don't want to interrupt the flow though. You talk. Start telling the story. I will
don't
be right
interrupt
back.
the flow. Definitely.
No,
that could
go start talking, and I will be right back.
Okay. All right. Now that we got that wannabe out of the picture here, let the pros have a crack at it here. So one of the South American tours, obviously when Michael was back on, I think it was the time that we went down to Mexico City and Michael pulled the Mike Hideous picture off the wall. Ian, or Vampiro, came to that show, and we didn't know each other, but we crossed paths and began talking. And he was saying, hey, I'm Vampiro. I wrestle down here in Mexico a lot. I'm working at the WCW. And I was like, holy shit, I tried out for the WCW just a few years ago. My stepbrother, Denny Knight, is Tex Slazenger in the WCW. He's like, oh yeah, I know Denny. So we really hit it off. And I was like, hey, you know, after the show, you know, I'll bring you backstage. I'll introduce you to the band. And he's like, oh, that'd be so cool. So I was the one that made the introduction of Vampiro, Misfits, Vampiro, and let's go from there. There you go. Yeah, the 30 seconds. That was good.
Hey, listen, I didn't have far to travel.
Yeah, we trash talked you the whole time, man. The fans were like typing away, like, thank God you got rid of that guy. That's no.
Well, I'm back. Now I'm putting on my sunglasses.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So you explained how the intro there. There we go. I don't know why you ever took them off in the first place.
I look much better. Thank you.
You look great. So I always get fingerprints on them though, and then I can't see out of them. So okay.
Yeah, having a 1-year-old.
You were explaining that I heard at the tail end there, you made the introduction between Vampiro and the Misfit. Vampiro. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
But he was playing across the street and he ran over because he had the ICP there originally, right? Do you know anything about this?
So yeah, I think he was trying to do something with them.
Because what the whole idea was that he was going to do something with a band.
Mm-hmm.
And he was talking with the WCW people about like, hey man, like I'm going to do something with bands or punk rock bands or something or anything. Mm-hmm. And then that the Misfits were across the street performing from you guys. Or no, sorry. WCW was happening across the street and then they ran over afterwards, right? Did you talk about that? The first?
Well, we haven't gotten to that point yet. I got to where
I
introduced Ian to the band in Mexico City when he and I crossed paths. So I'm the guy that made the initial introduction of Vampiro and the Misfits.
So that was like a year earlier, right?
Yeah, that was a while. And yeah, nothing happened for a while, and then but the connection had been made. So then when Misfits were playing at First Street Entry in Minneapolis, Prince's old stomping grounds, across the street from the Target Center, I think that is. Apparently, they were like, "Hey, let's finally make something happen." So we all of us, went there. The band went backstage, did the thing. All the crew was up in the crowd watching it happen.
Yeah,
they brought. So Vampiro came out with the Misfits to go up against Alex Wright, Berlin, and Jerry the Wall. And so the gig was, the Wall was supposed to be like the heavy. So when you get in wrestling, when you get a bump from a heavy, you sell it. You go down. You make this guy look like he is fucking unstoppable. So words are being exchanged in the ring between Vampiro and Berlin. Back in the Misfits are backing up this, Vampiro. The Wall's backing up Berlin, and shit goes down, and the Wall has to come in and he has to clear the ring. So he's clotheslining Jerry, he clotheslines Doyle, he clotheslines Michael, like guys are just bam, 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 and they're just going down, and they're selling it. They've been knocked the fuck out. He clotheslines Chud. Chud goes down, bounces right back up. You just fucked up the storyline, pal. Now I gotta clock you for real. So I don't know if there's footage of this, and I'd love to see it again, but Jerry, the Wall, rather, that's his real name, Jerry, had to full on clothesline Chud for fucking real to get him to stay the fuck down. And he hit him so hard that when Chud went down, he got a concussion. So when they rolled out of the ring, when the everything was being cleared out, the skit was over and time for the next thing to happen. No actual wrestling happened that night yet. That was just the preamble. They're headed back stage, and Chud's like, he's freaking out. He's like, guys, I'm not ready. I don't have my drumsticks. And they're like, what are you talking about? He's like, aren't we going to the stage? I don't have my sticks. They're like, no, we're not even at the venue. What? He had no idea where he was. He didn't know what the fuck was going on. So that was the first step. And again,
well, wait, hold on. I want to pause you for 1 second, and I just want to dial it back for a second. So just again, the match was happening across the street from where you're playing, right?
That was a pretty good pause, except for the fact that I had to blink. Sorry, I was trying to pretend like I paused.
I thought you had. I actually thought that you
I froze.
No, yeah, I thought that you had froze and that it had cut out. It's like, oh no, my Wi-Fi is out. I
Then
literally
my
thought that
then my
happened.
eyes got dry. I was like, shit, I got to blink. Darn it. Okay. Anyway,
No, okay, so he was across the street from you guys and ran over unannounced to just based on that introduction that you had made the year prior.
Yeah.
What was the conversation? Were you around for that
No.
conversation?
I was just told, hey, we're going across the street to do a skit with the WCW. We're like, cool, let's go.
And that was pretty much just the vibe of like, hey, we're just going to do the skit, and it's going to be, well, this is
Yeah, I don't know if there was any talk at that point, like, yeah, we're going to do this and that and the other. It was just like, hey, let's fucking WC Pro Wrestling. Let's go. Let's fucking jump in. Sure.
And then the guy who you said clothesline Chud, that technique or that custom, is that like a custom amongst wrestling? Like you didn't sell it the first time, so now I have to do it for real in order to sell it.
I kind of get that vibe. Like you don't fuck with the storyline. If you got to take a bump, you take a bump. And
explain for us non wrestling people, what the hell is a bump?
Oh, when you get chopped, you sell it like you're not really getting hit. It's all theatrics, but you got to sell it like you just got knocked the fuck out, because you got to make that guy look like, yeah. So the Undertaker's a big, strong guy, but it's the guys getting chopped by him, getting hit by him, that are selling it to make him look like he is just this unstoppable beast.
Right.
Okay. Same idea. When they got clothesline, they were supposed to go down and stay down. Like, wow, that just really rung my bell. And Chud's bell didn't ring the first time. So Jerry was like, fuck, dude, you just made me look bad on in front of all these fucking people. Now I think it's kind of like standard operating procedure, but I think it's kind of personal too. Like, really? You're gonna sell me like that? But yeah. You just showed up at my show, and you're gonna do that. Now I got to crank it up a bit. So yeah, I think that's what really happened there. And after that show, we had some of the wrestlers came. Ian might have come back, but I know Norman Smiley, or Norman S. Smiley as he called himself, was on our Winnebago after the show, and he was just there, like all sweaty and in his yellow fucking trunks. And he had like a big gash on his back. He had a big gash somewhere. And we were all just like, Norman, you're cut, right? Like, you should probably go to the hospital. He's like, oh yeah, I'll go later when we're done here. I'm like, but you're fucking bleeding, bro. Like, what the fuck? So, all right, just letting you know, man.
So after the gig, even with Chud fucking up, like the vibe is like, oh, this is awesome, we did it. But like, what's the vibe?
The vibe was like, we were all like, wow, that was so fucking cool. This is going to be big. We're going to get in the WCW. And yeah, we were trying to like keep that momentum going and wanted to, get that head of steam and make something happen. Ian was excited. We were excited. Like the WCW seemed excited. But eventually, and again, I'm still living in Virginia or maybe even in Staten Island at that point. So I'm not privy to them flying out for one show to do an appearance and then flying back. Like the things that were going on, not, kind of behind the scenes, and I would just kind of hear about secondhand. It seemed like the eventual plan for the WCW was for Vampiro to become the new bass player for the Misfits, which means kicking Jerry out of his own band. How is that going to work?
Okay. Wait. What
the
fuck?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait. All right. Hold on a second. Getting way ahead of ourselves because that that was one of my things, but like, I still can't wrap my mind around it. Just first of all, does the WCW not understand that like Jerry is the leader of the band and owns the license to legally do misfit things?
They clearly didn't do their homework if they thought they were going to get rid of that guy and work this other guy in. Yeah. So there was from what I understand, and I've kind of heard it from both sides, that typical Jerry, he is excitable, and you give him the ball, and he will just run for daylight, whether it's the right end zone or the wrong one. He's just running. He was like maybe on a daily basis, I don't know, but he was apparently calling the WCW a lot with this idea and that idea and this other idea. And they were just like, I got to a point where they're like, please stop calling. Ian, you got to tell this guy to fucking stop calling. We're not going to take his calls anymore. So I think there was too much excitement coming from our camp that kind of put them off of the idea at one point, and then things started getting a little heated. And then the Vampiro figure came out with the Crimson Ghost skull on a shirt, and Jerry was like, "Oh, fuck no, you don't get to do that. That's I own that." And so that got pulled. So right away, like you get in bed with the WCW, and you're getting in bed with big money, big product. I mean, it's business. It's not like, oh yeah, well that would be cool. No, it's like what's the bottom line? How much money are we going to make off of this? It's cutthroat. It's rough, and it ended poorly, from what I understand. I mean, I know Vampiro came up here to Vernon when we had the dungeon castle sort of set up inside the barn that we did some of the video shoots in. There was that in the WCW magazine. There was the fold out poster with Vampiro sitting in the electric chair and then the band around him. So that happened up here, but then I can't say for sure when or exactly why, but it just kind of quickly fell apart.
Now, do you think it was more WCW, or did Vampiro was Vampiro like implicit in that as well, or is it more WCW? Or just
I have a feeling anybody who's on WCW's contract is just a pawn in their fucking game. I don't think somebody like Vampiro is gonna, like a mid-card wrestler, is gonna walk into Russo's office or any of the, Turner's office or somebody like that and be like, hey, I want to do this. Okay, yeah, we'll back that. No, they're calling the shots. So yeah, I can't say for sure, but that's just my take on it from what I would figure.
And then at one point, Doyle was actually doing the makeup for Vampiro. He was he had co-opted his makeup. Mm-hmm. Were you around when Jerry was practicing in his ring?
Yeah. Yep.
So he just bought a ring.
He bought a ring. We had what the heck's his name? His tag was CES, CES. But I feel so bad I can't think of his name. He was a graffiti artist that we met out in like Arizona, somewhere out that way. He brought us to a wall mural he had done after one of our shows, and he had done spray paint graffiti artwork of the resurrection, the Ed Repka resurrection of Jerry and Doyle, like ripping up out of the ground. And we were like, oh fucking hey, look at this! So we took pictures with it, and then we kind of kept him around. He did some artwork for us. But he came in and did a ring apron, like the floor of the ring. He did a massive Crimson Ghost skull, white on black, with spray paint. But I don't know if that ever actually got used. I remember seeing pictures of him like working on it. But yeah, Jerry bought a ring. He was taking lessons from Steve, who was one of our tour bus drivers at one time. He had like a gymnastics studio kind of thing. So Jerry was like learning how to do backflips and that sort of stuff. There was one tour, the tour that Jason Trioxin started out as the guitar tech on. The first night of that tour, like we got up to California. I think we started on the west. We drove across country, started on the West Coast. Jerry was like hip, real high on the whole wrestling thing. He practiced doing a backflip into the pool, and he smacked his forehead on the coping on the way in and clocked himself like pretty fucking good. He had a big welt up there. Luckily he didn't do any damage as far as we know.
Oh my god.
But yeah, we had a huge, big, thick, like massive wrestling, not a wrestling mat, but like a a mat that you practice like doing flips and falls and stuff into, and it was in the box truck. So anytime we did a show or just even like an appearance or something, this huge mat thing had to come out, and then we could unload. We're driving around the country with this stupid thing, and then we didn't play. It was an appearance at the Alley in Chicago, which is
I know the Alley.
The Alley. Okay, so
I've got my leather jacket at the Alley. Yeah,
you buy leather jackets there, you buy belt buckles there, you buy just all kinds of alternative scenes.
It's like it's like an independent hot topic that's actually cool.
That's actually cool. They used to have a 1959 Cadillac hearse in the back with like all the little bullets in the grill. Like,
I used to live there. I lived that's right on Clark Street. Shit. I lived right next to there. I lived on Seminary.
Okay. Yeah, we
lived in Chicago for 3 years.
We knew the owner pretty well, so we did I know at least one in-store appearance in there, maybe a couple, but this particular time we were in the back alley unloading, had to get the big mat out of the way to get to just some merch for us to be able to set up and sell in there. And then somehow we forgot to put the mat back in when we were loading the truck back up. I mean, how do you miss a big blue fucking mat like that? I don't know. And it's not like somebody's just going to pick it up and run off with it. I mean, it takes a couple people to move this fucking thing. I can say Jerry was not happy about that fuck up. And that was a pretty big fuck up. But at least we didn't have to deal with that big mat for the rest of the fucking tour. That was the silver lining, I guess. I'm sure that mat wasn't cheap either. But yeah, that was like, he was really, really fucking committed to doing this thing. And we had appeared at Dragon Con and we wrestled with Glacier. Well, I mean, the guy who played Glacier, he came out and Slymanstra Hyman was there. Like, he was what the hell was this? Wait a minute now. Oh my God, this is all coming back to me. It was so cheeseball. The Misfits dolls had just won Toy of the Year, so we had this big banner that we're like parading around the ring to say Misfits figures Toy of the Year, and Jerry's up in the ring talking about how great the toy is, and Slymenstra is in the crowd like heckling him, and he's telling her to sit down and be quiet. And then Ray, I think his name was, the guy who played Glacier, he comes up, he's like, hey, why don't you let the lady talk, and gets up in the ring, and they get some Jerry, like, and then a fight breaks out, and I think we're Artie and I holding the banner. We put, and of course the banner is like blocking half of everybody's view because we got this was just so put together, seat of the pants, last minute kind of thing. We dropped the banner, and we both run at Glacier, Ray, and he double clotheslines us, and we fly out of the ring and roll out. And then Jerry C does like some backflip off the top turnbuckle, and now Glacier's like, oh, I don't want any part of that, so he backs away. And it was just, looking back, I'm like, God, that was bad. That was really, there were even people in the crowd like, come on, guys, really? I'm like, yeah, trust me, I know. I'm just laying on the floor pretending I've been knocked out. Like, it was a little embarrassing, but yeah, that was the direction we were going in. Oh my God.
A couple of comments here. We got some comments here. Reiking says, I love watching that Jerry versus Dr. Death, which is the very next thing I'm going to ask you about. Dude. So hold on a second for that. We'll talk about that in a second. Dr. Death was real stiff with Jerry because of Jerry's shenanigans backstage, like bear hugging wrestlers from behind when they were, taking a piss at the urinal, plus trying to unionize WCW, which is a big no-no in the wrestling business. Jerry, WCW fires Jerry because he tried to unionize wrestlers. So I mean, again, whatever you can speak on or know about or can corroborate or cannot corroborate, whatever. But first, let's start with the Dr. Death thing.
Yeah.
Because, well, hold on. Whoa. One more thing. So the other band members, they kind of like, this is not really their vibe.
Right.
They're kind of like, okay, Jerry, you do the wrestling thing. Like, what exactly happened there?
Well, I mean, look at Michael. He's not a big guy. He's not going to get in the wrestling ring with these monsters. Chud's not a beast. Out of the two of them, or out of the four of them, Jerry and Doyle are the two beasts. Jerry's the only one crazy enough to be like, yeah, I'll get in the ring and do that. Doyle's like, fuck no. With bad back to begin with. It's just not, and he's not a gregarious, outgoing. He's not a character. He's just quiet and got like, that's not his persona. That's not his shtick. Jerry was the only one cut out to do that. I remember before the Dr. Death match, I know we were backstage for some event. I remember seeing like Dean Malenko and the Pegasus Kid, the guy that killed himself, his wife, and his son in one weekend.
Chris Benoit.
Yeah, I remember seeing him and Dean because they worked together. I remember seeing the two of them standing together, and I was kind of like starstruck, like, wow, there's a couple fucking legends right there. And Hacksaw Jim Duggan, like, oh my god, just these like these characters that I grew up with, and here I am like backstage with these guys. I'm like, yeah, they're just like everybody else. Okay. And I forgot what show that was, like but we were all there. I think I remember seeing Nash. Anyway, so Dr. Death, apparently there were two guys in the WCW that didn't get the memo that wrestling's actually not real. You're not actually out there to like kill your opponent. You're just putting on a show. The two wrestlers were Meng, who was the big Samoan guy who literally, from the stories we were told, he would climb coconut trees with his bare hands and feet and pull coconuts down and break them open. Like, this dude did not know his own strength. It was ridiculous. And then Dr. Death, Steve Williams. He was his chops were real chops. Like, Ian Vampiro demonstrated, like, smacking us on the chest, and it sounded like, dude, that was brutal. You got hit in the chest, but it didn't feel anything like it sounded. It was all about how you cup your hand and you make the echo. But when these other guys would chop you, like, you fucking went down. So nobody wanted to do a cage match with Dr. Death except Jerry only. He's like, yeah, I'll do that. Might not have been the best thing he could have done. So during the match, Jerry's getting knocked about so hard by Steve. And some of that might have been because of some of the pot stirring that Jerry was doing. And Steve's, old school, man. He's been around forever. You don't come into his house and start making a mess. So that could have been part of it. But
part of that, just real quick to interject about the pot stirring, the idea being maybe, again, not speaking for Jerry only, I don't know. We don't know. But the idea of, like, based on, Jerry's persona and the idea of having a good time and maybe not understanding the culture or exactly, and rubbing people the wrong way as a result of not understanding the culture.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sure that played into this to some extent. And who knows, Dr. Death might've been put up by, the Up and Up saying, hey, rough this guy up a bit for us, because he's not making us happy right now. Who knows? But during the match, the idea was that Jerry was supposed to fall, like somebody forgot to lock the door, and Jerry was supposed to, like, fall out of the cage, and whoever gets out of the cage wins the match. Like, oops, wow, who saw that coming? So during the match, Jerry is getting knocked about so fucking hard that he actually says to Steve, I don't know where, like, he's disoriented. He's like, I don't know where the door is. And Steve actually says to him, and this is, as per Jerry relaying it to me, don't worry, brother, I'll find it for you. So he picks up Jerry by his waistband, like the scruff of his collar, whatever he was wearing, the back of his hair, I don't know. And he uses him like a fucking battering ram. He uses his head to just bam, his head hits the door flies open. Jerry goes out it. Jerry wins the match. But now he's got a huge gash across the top of his head. and I forget how many stitches it was, but yeah, he
14.
14 stitches. He took a fucking bump. And I think he had to keep that on the down low because I don't think his wife would have been happy knowing that was happening to him in the ring. So yeah, that was, I mean, I wasn't there for that match, but that's the rundown that I was given, the account of it afterwards. Don't worry, brother. I'll find it for you. And
so
yeah.
Now Jerry allegedly, again, from my understanding, Jerry goes looking backstage to get stitched up.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no place backstage to get stitched up. They don't do that there.
Right.
There's nothing. And that is the motivator of Jerry going, there should be a union here.
Right.
There
Yeah.
should be some, like, this is ridiculous that you could get so injured and not be taken care of in the way that you need to in order to perform this sport.
Yeah, that would follow. I would have been upset myself if I got hurt on the job and now I can't get fixed up at the job.
And that Jerry might have even offered to call his lawyer to start the process off, and that just was the final straw. But what's interesting to me is this idea that WCW really thought that they could kind of, like, here, Jerry's the only one that's participating. Jerry's participating more than any of the other members of the Misfits, and yet they want to cut, WCW wants to cut him out and take the other guys who are not down, interested, whatever, in performing on WCW and stick them with Vampiro.
Right.
It's just that's crazy.
It doesn't work. The math doesn't work. Yeah.
The math doesn't work at all.
You got oil and vinegar coming together, and it didn't mix. It did not mix.
I am not going to ask you about this last piece because I honestly don't think you'd answer, and I wouldn't expect you to answer. I just want to know one thing. I just want to know if you were there. Were you there when Randy Savage came to a Misfits concert? And I, without getting into the particulars as to why, just wanted to know if you were there and what that was like and how crazy that must have been.
Was I there? You better fucking believe I was there. And was it crazy? It was fucking sketchy as fuck. Okay, Randy Savage in his prime. When I went to take a picture with this guy, I couldn't get my arm around him to his other shoulder. He was that fucking wide. And this is no like Andre the Giant kind of frame. This is an average frame that is so jacked and so juiced up that I'm 6'1", so I've got a long arm. I was not reaching around to get to his other fucking shoulder. So he comes to a show in Florida, where he's from, and he's backstage, and he looks like he's about to explode. His skin is so thin, it's just about to burst. And he's got a Band-Aid on the back of his forearm, from what I understood. This is just what I understood from what I heard, was that he would get an injection every day that kept him in constant hypertrophy, which is when your muscles are like just really full with a pump from blood and your veins are popping and you look like you're going to burst. So he always had that look about him. And he is backstage, and we didn't have beer on our rider, but for some reason, he was drinking beer backstage in our dressing room and pacing back and forth like a caged animal that was ready to pounce. It was the vibe backstage was just like, are we all going to die tonight or what? And according to Stephanie, Gorgeous Frankenstein,
Gorgeous George,
his fanny pack, because we all had them back then, all the cool guys, was always full of drugs, mostly ecstasy, believe it or not. But it was his drug bag. always on him. So God knows what else he was on. So after the show, I'm up front doing merch. Doyle comes up to the merch booth and comes and like just has a seat like on a stool behind me. And I'm like, you never come to the merch. As soon as the show's over, you hightail it to the fucking RV and hide. Like, what are you doing up here? And he goes, Randy's backstage, looking for me. So I wanted to come here and like hide behind you. And I'm like, get the fuck out. You get away from me. I don't want to have anything to do with you. Like, no, I'm not getting in between you guys. Fuck no. I don't want to die. So yeah, Randy came to one of the shows. It wasn't pretty.
Crazy. Terrifying.
Very.
Let me double back here because you mentioned Jason Trioxin, and it was a good reminder because so Jason at one point, for those of you who don't know, Jason Trioxin was a musician out of Bergen County,
New Jersey.
diehard Misfits fan.
Yeah.
Who just loved the band. He had his own band called Mr. Monster, and they opened for the Misfits a couple of times. Boo Wop, right. And as you guys know, Jason's bandmate, has been on the show, both of his bandmates have been on the show many times. Joe and Loki have been on the show. And yeah, Jason's no longer with us, but he was a diehard Misfits fan, and at some point, he had worked with Mike Hideous. He was in the Empire Hideous for a little while, and eventually he had gotten to a point or a place. Maybe it was through Mike Hideous. I don't know what the connection was, but that he was gonna go on tour with the Misfits. What was the situation with that, or what had happened, or how did that all work out?
He was hired as the guitar tech for a tour. I don't know how that came about. Again, I would show up to the tour and like, oh, here's the new guitar tech. Oh, hey, Jason, what's up? Yeah, I'm the guitar tech now. All right, cool. Let's go have some fun. But right out of the gate, first show, he's guitar teching in full Mr. Monster makeup and like some of his stage gear, and right away we were like, no, you're not hired to be Mr. Monster. You're hired to be the guitar tech. So there was like a little bit of that's not what you're here for. So I think the kibosh was put on that. But at some point, like I forget how far into that tour, things just didn't work out, and Jason was let go. And I remember Jerry saying to me like that on that day or when it was going down, he was like, yeah, I think I messed up. I think I got too friendly with him, meaning that Jason was kind of like Camp Jerry, and so therefore he was not Team Turtle. Like there was that, it kind of seemed like there was that you were either over here or you were over there. And I didn't want to be on I'm just here, guy. Like I like the band. I like the Misfits. I'm not this guy or that guy. Yeah, Jerry said that to me, and yeah, apparently Doyle. I think Doyle was not happy with him being the guitar tech. So things progressively got worse at that point when a hired gun rando guitar tech, have guitar tech will travel guy was brought in, and Jeff, I think his name was. Can't think of what his last name was, but he was just like a hired gun rock and roll guitar tech that our manager at the time, Brown Al, who we talked about, knew. So he was brought in. He ended up being an absolute drug addict piece of shit that I swear to God I was going to leave him on the side of the road one night when he came on the bus and was just like out of his fucking mind, high on God knows what. And I was ready to lay the dude out and leave him on the side of the road and just take off. So he got let go pretty quickly. And then I was thrown into the fire. It's like, hey, Mr. Merch Guy, you guitar tech like once or twice down in South America, right? Yeah, grab the guitar. Let's go. I'm like, okay. And that's how all that began.
Yes. First of all, thank you for the support. James Gruesome, he says, RIP to Jason Traxton, who's no longer with us.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Jason. And also real quick, apparently, okay, so it's not Reiking, it's R King. Got it. R King. All right. I was calling him Reiking. I just thought, I was like, oh, it's a creative way to spell Reiking. R King. I got it. What else was there? There was also some confusion that Jason was confused with Michael Graves and he was wearing a t-shirt. There's pictures of Jason where it says he's got a t-shirt on that says not Michael Graves.
Michael Graves.
Was that on that tour, or is that something completely different?
That was that's ringing a bell a little bit. Because he had two young, like, cute guys that the girls liked, and that might have been around that time too, and that might have been part of like why his tenure with us didn't last, because it was getting played up, too much.
Which is funny because later he played guitar for Michael Graves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
later down the road. That's funny.
Yep.
Okay, let's keep going here. We are approaching our 4-hour mark, and we gotta put a pin in it because this is fucking 4 hours. 4 fucking hours. I was not planning to do 4 hours tonight. I really was not. But you know what? That's what we do. We space these things out.
Yeah,
so that way,
we didn't talk about like Doyle fan club letter and envelope. I mean,
well, we're gonna take a listen. We're gonna put a pin in it right now.
Dr.
We'll talk about those.
Playing the organ.
No, we're gonna talk. We're gonna get to that stuff. We'll get to the housekeeping stuff in a minute.
The Conan look.
The last thing. Let's just finish out. Let's finish out the year 1999, and we'll cap it at 2000, and we'll just have to pick it up from 2000, and we'll go back and do the housekeeping stuff, and we'll wrap up the show. So the Misfits show, right? That happened. Oh, so do you remember Eerie Von showing up to some Misfits shows in late 99, mid 99? Eerie Von comes hanging out around Florida, and do you remember him from? Does he remember you from when you were following Danzig around, or did you guys
he
connect
might not
at
have
all?
realized? Yeah, he might not have realized that I was the same guy. That might be completely off his radar, but I remember seeing him like after the show, and just chatting a little bit,
cool,
kind of hanging out. Yeah, he was just there. Yeah, I remember for some reason we stayed in town that night, but the vehicles had to stay at the venue, and it was either a bad part of town or there was some other shit going on. I ended up having to sleep in the crew bus by myself, while everybody else like slept at a hotel, just to make sure none of our stuff was fucked with. That was that night.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Good times. Yeah.
Good times. Apparently, R. King says Randy Savage called Doyle by the wrong name, and that he called him Dooley.
But I don't know if Randy actually said that, or I know we joked about that. Speaking of Randy, another Randy, Tim Bunch's cousin, was with us on tour for a while, driving the box truck, I think. And he might have been the one that made the joke that Doyle was being called Dooley, but maybe Randy didn't say Dooley, because we jokingly said that
Dooley, where's Dooley?
We were calling him Glassjaw Dooley, because if Randy took a swing at him, that was going to be it. Like Doyle was going down. Like,
sure, I can't even imagine, man. Anything noteworthy at the end of 1999? Anything that you remember? There's nothing here from Mark Kennedy. The very next thing is actually a very interesting piece that I'm going to save for next time. It'd be a great way to start the next episode. But
the problem I have is that all the shows and all the venues just kind of meld into one over time. So I need specific pointers to bring me back to a certain point.
let's try this real quick. Let's see if this does something for you. Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. We're not going to press it. We're not going to press it any further. You worked your brain hard tonight. I really want to thank you for doing this, and I really do enjoy it. And just to clarify again, we have everything that we have tried to tackle is everything that Tank has expressed from us is from his POV as he remembers it and nothing more.
Right.
Okay. All he can speak of is his experience, and anything that I'm throwing in there is just either mishigas that I might have heard or speculation, hearsay, whatever. But just to clarify, that is the total sum of what you have heard tonight in that kind of way. In terms of dates, okay, so there was a tour that went right into the 2000s.
Okay.
Oh, this is really fucking interesting. Holy shit. That is really interesting. Okay. I do. Oh man, maybe we should end with that as a cliffhanger. We should end with this as a cliffhanger.
Oh my God.
Okay. First of all, so the Famous Monsters tour begins. We didn't even talk about fucking Famous Monsters. Holy shit. We'll start the next episode with Famous Monsters. We're not going to talk about it now. It's too much to go into. But
it was in Florida where we tried recording the lines for Famous Monsters. Did we talk about that?
No, we did not.
We didn't.
But save it for the next time. Save that for the next time. I'm just seeing there's a bunch of dates. There's all the way through for the month of December, all the way up to the 17th. Then you had 2 weeks off. You had a month off and you picked it back up in the year 2000. And it's just a bunch of dates. I don't know. They don't see. Now, here's what is interesting. This is what's really interesting. Oh, you played with Fear. That's cool. With Lee Ving. Okay. Here is one thing that's interesting. On Misfits Central, Dr. Chud in February leaves a something online. He leaves a little thing online that says, wait, let me read exactly what Mark Kennedy wrote here. Hold on. Here we go. February 14th, Chud issues a statement on his website announcing that he, Michael Graves, and Doyle have left the Misfits February 14th, 2000. And then when I go over to the tour section, February 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th were all canceled at the end of the Famous Monsters tour. They all coincided. So was there an earlier time where those guys had left the band?
I guess so. He posted that. Huh.
I mean, according to Misfit Central. And so almost 7 months before, or 8 months before the end of this version of the band, that the band is breaking up. Okay, and here's another one. Jerry only issued a statement on MisfitsCentral.com addressing rumors that the band had broken up. Jerry stated that any matters concerning the Misfits are between me and my brother Doyle. And then right after that, the Lost Boys featuring Michael Graves and Dr. Chud happened. And that's when Jason Trioxin is playing bass on that. That's interesting. So something happened before the end of the band.
I have a feeling from something that Doyle told me at Chick-fil-A in LA, just outside of LA, after Michael and Chud left, maybe Zoli was singing with us at that point. Who the drummer could have been anybody at that point. Could have been Goat, could have been Renfield, could have been that one other guy. Doyle and I sitting in a booth and him just telling me, I can't take him anymore. I can't take it. I can't do it anymore. I gotta go. And I'm like, what? No, just hold on. He's like, no, you don't know what it's like. I can't take him. I think the three of them were commiserating, working with Jerry, because we all know, when somebody you're with is that focused and that driven, and you're just more like, yeah, let's just do whatever. It's over time, it's going to grate on you. And I think they were all just kind of feeling like exhausted from it, and like that's probably what the announcement came from. That might have been what just started the avalanche that ended in Orlando that one night, and then eventually Doyle was
Right.
like, I'm out too.
But what's interesting, I just didn't even, I don't think I've ever read this part of the website before, so I didn't even know that there was this statement. So this is like a complete surprise to me that there was a statement so early. And then because I had the tour dates out, as I was looking at the tail end of 1999, and I go, oh my God, they had to cancel a bunch of dates while the statement was made, which means that something must have, there was an attempt to leave it way, way earlier than when they actually left. So that's interesting. I didn't realize that. And that's also that you're in Japan. I've seen video of those shows when you're in Japan. You can plan real crazy. All right, let's put a pin. Let's put a pin in that, and we will come back and finish up the year 2000. We'll talk about Famous Monsters, and we'll talk about the rise of the M25 tour. But why don't you have some things that you were just briefly mentioned before we got into that. Can you go into that a little bit, and we'll wrap it up.
As I re-listened to some of our previous casts, it makes me realize, we skipped over this, we didn't mention that. I had mentioned to you, in fact, I think I sent you photos of my when so cheesy looking back on it now. My entry to join the Doyle fan club. I sent you those pictures. I don't know if you have those queued up.
I don't know. Yes, I have those pictures. I don't know if I can. Let me see if I can cue them up. Keep talking. I'll see if I can get them. I don't know if I can.
This would have been 1988, perhaps 89. I'm not entirely sure. It's just a first class stamp was 22 cents back then. I can tell you that much. But I found up in the attic, I still have my original letter that I sent into the Doyle fan club because it was saved. It was at the shop when I was going through like converting the Doyle fan club over to the Fiend Club. I came across my letter, and I guess the reason it was saved was because it was just so damn fucking cool.
Yeah, you can't throw shit out like that,
right? I mean, look at that.
Here, look at this. I think I have it right here.
Okay, that'll be a better. There it is. Okay, so funny that I'm using actually the Samhain Skull Girl,
right?
To hold the scroll, and then the little guy that's next to the stamp, that was some random drawing that was on the. What did I miss? Boy, that's a loaded question. That was some random drawing that was on the postcard that they sent out for the Doyle fan club. Like, I don't know who drew that. It's kind of dumb, but there it is. Do you see the back of the envelope?
Let me see if I can get to the back of the envelope.
If you don't have it, I can hold it up.
No, it's the next one.
All right. Yeah, you're not going to see that. All right. So the back of the envelope is just "Evil Never Dies," which of course is.
Oh, hold on. Let me make that bigger. Let me hide this for a minute.
Oh, you have the all right. "Evil Never Dies."
Yeah.
Which is also from, that's the legacy thing, but that was post. That's
sure.
Post, but $3. Remember number 194. I always thought I was number 94, but that was actually my buddy Stuart. The reason I was not one of the first 100 was because it took me so damn long
to draw that.
This. And then if you want to pull up the letter, you'll see
Hold on
all the shit that I would do. So that's the picture I was talking. This is Terror on stage.
Oh, that is it.
That is that picture was huge on the backside of a newspaper the back cover, and you'll see all the
Yeah,
writing.
you could have put that. That
Spanish.
could have definitely been a live album for sure.
Right?
You know what that would have been? This picture would have been on in the liner notes. This
Right.
would have been like one of the pictures in the layout for sure.
Yeah. Yep.
For Terror on the Stage.
Terror on the
Absolutely.
Stage. Okay, so going back one more.
there
So
we go.
this was my letterhead, for lack of a better term, back in the day. This is the one we talked about where I painted.
Yeah.
That's actual red enamel paint painted onto there. It's a Xerox copy of the drawing, and then I would just write my and this, God, that was before my handwriting changed. I didn't write in all caps yet. 7/28/88 is when I wrote that, but it took me so long to do that, and then the next drawing, that's what. So a Teenager from Mars, Johnny's favorite. That's who I was back when I was still a teenager.
Right.
But the reason this didn't go in quick enough to become one of the first 100 members was the next drawing. This is a drawing that I saw in a dream, but it would have been black with white lines instead, kind of like a scratch board artwork.
Yeah.
And then there would have the lines were kind of steely gray, and then there was a glow in the line work from underneath. So it was just a very cool thing that I saw in a record store, but it was artwork instead of records. And there's one I later did of Doyle as well. So the one of Glenn was pretty much my letterhead, the previous image. So this took me so long to draw that by the time I got all this shit together, I didn't make the cutoff. But my buddy Stuart got member number 94, so I was always happy for him for pulling that off.
You know what's funny?
All those years later, there it was.
Yeah, you know what's funny though? Like when you think about like kids today, like with their cell phones, and it's like, oh, I'm in my room, I'm looking at my TikToks and my Instagram, and
the
and
kids
it's like,
days, I tell you.
I just mean like, but like in the 80s, you could read books. Maybe you had a fucking little TV in your room, or you listen to fucking music and you draw at your desk with the fucking lamplight. And that's, I picture you like just passing hours by, probably listening to music, just like, fucking coloring this red and shit. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And that's just what you did. That's like spending, it's like fucking Thursday night, school night, Thursday night.
Yep.
There's no fucking.
You see my closing there. Best of luck, END.
Yeah.
What is END?
Well, what is it?
Evil never dies.
Oh, right. Evil never dies. There you go.
So I thought I was so cool. Oh, I mean, Dooley.
Wait, was this 1999?
Yeah, that was the
wow, we skipped over so much shit. We forgot to talk about George Romero. We didn't talk about Bruiser. We didn't, we skipped over a lot of stuff, man. Damn it.
Way to go.
It's only 4 hours into the show and we skipped over a bunch of shit.
There's Mad Mark.
There's a picture with your famous picture of you with your
Mad Max and Mad Mark.
Yeah.
There he is, the scary guy.
Yeah, you look very scary
with
there.
With the freshly touched up tattoo.
Yeah, and it's it's what the look is. I mean, yeah, obviously it's the whole vibe, but like there's something about the angles on your goatee that are terrifying. Those are terrifying angles.
Go back to the bald photo. You'll find an interesting look at the so the sleeveless shirts that we were given obviously didn't have the shirts on the logos on the crew logos on the shoulders. So one went up on the like over your heart.
Yeah.
That one is sideways.
Huh.
It was a misprint. It was the only crew shirt that came out like that.
A misprint for the Misfits.
Yep.
So we actually, okay, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to like itemize for next time. We're going to talk about George Romero. We got to talk about fucking, oh man, we totally we did really good with 1998 and we totally shit the bed on 1999.
99, we just jumped right through it.
We were so focused on wrestling. We didn't talk about other stuff. We didn't talk about, we're going to have to go back. We'll go back. And eventually and then after that, we will be out of the, we'll be out of the Misfits 95 era and into the Jerry Fits.
Into the fire, right. Out of the pan into the fire.
Yes.
So Yeah, I send you these random text messages. It'll just say like Dr. Five
Yeah.
playing Morgan. And Steve Lucas
This
was
fucking
watching
guy.
another one of your shows, and like your phone kept going bing, 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 and you're like, fucking Tank, man. He's just sending me like all this random shit.
No, I say I was something like, no, it was like this. Yes, I did that, happened live on the air.
Right.
I look over and I'm going, I think I was like, who the fuck is texting me so much? And then I see random, and I just like didn't respond to it because I was like, I know exactly what you're doing. You're just notating shit. I do the same thing to my wife. Like we have a WhatsApp thing. And if I need to like jot something down, I'll send it to her, but like she knows not to respond because it's just a thing. And so my phone is just blowing up. And it was just funny because I was like, I bet you he's listening to one of those episodes right now
exactly
and going through. So there you go. Good on you.
So Dr. Five's playing the organ.
Yes.
Originally, thank you, 322 Dan. So the day that I met Rocky, Jerry and I were downstairs working on the lyrics and everything, trying to figure out all the old lyrics, and they had some sketches drawn up of what the first album, the first Misfits album, was going to be on the reunion, and it was going to be Misfits, Eighth Wonder of the World, and it was like this aerial view looking down with King Kong chained up like against the back curtain, and there was the band out front playing, and it was going to be Jerry and Doyle, guitar and bass, the Crimson Ghost singing, and Dr. Fives playing the organ instead of a drummer. And I had forgotten about that when we talked about the Eighth Wonder.
I know somebody who has that art framed in their house right now. It still exists.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
That's good that it still exists. That makes me happy. Jerry model winning the best of show, hand painted by the Grink, being erroneous.
Right.
Meeting Calf at Schiller Theater in 1995, which was when Jerry referred to himself as King Rat, which I thought was interesting.
Wait, why did Jerry refer to himself as King Rat?
Calf Fierro asked, hey, can you get Jerry to just do like a little quick, spot for me for my non-homogenized production Cheese TV? And so I was like, sure. So Jerry's like, hey, this is King Rat, and you're watching Cheese TV. I never heard him call himself that before or after, but it always stuck with me. King Rat.
Weird.
When I first was when Steve and I were talking to Lou Vomero, who was the original runner, if that's the right word, head of the Doyle fan club, I was on the phone with him. Like, so, does Jerry still wear the black makeup under his? I thought these guys look like this like every day.
Right.
And Lou was like, yeah, sometimes. I go, well, what's Doyle up to? How's he looking? He still got his devil-lock? And Lou was like, Doyle's doing like a Conan look. So I've seen some Christ era photos of Doyle where his hair is kind of long. I'm not sure if it's dyed black or not, or if it's just his natural color. In fact, I think when I first met Doyle, his hair wasn't black. He always just had it back in a sleeve or a hat or something. But that was his Conan look. Did we ever talk about meeting Pauly B? I don't think we did.
I'm not sure if you did.
So Jerry set me up with this project. So Jerry's boots that you see on the cover of Walk Among Us, that they're engineer boots, but they have all this extra leather that like goes up his thighs, and he electrical tapes them into place. Those were Sid's boots that Sid's mom gave to Jerry, his old ugly feet. And then Jerry made these leather contraptions that buckled to it and attached to it and riveted to it, and then you tape them off the dot. And those were like his trademark boots, and he still wore them, 96, like that era.
Crazy.
Wrestle them out of them every night because they were just getting so tight. But he wanted to mass produce those, for himself, and then the possibility of like, hey, maybe we sell these, not the boots, but the extension thereof,
right,
through the catalog. So I was tasked with making a template of what he had made without actually taking it off the boots. Not a real easy task, but I'd like to say I fucking pulled it off. I made a prototype out of leather, and it was like spot on what he had
that's awesome.
Had on there. But as I was working on it, some guy came into the rehearsal room over at the shop when the offices were still up front. And kind of shorter, real stocky, barrel chested, kind of bald headed, just naturally crew cutty kind of guy comes walking in, just starts talking to me, and I have no idea who he was. And he's like, yeah, these guys gave me all those old records, back in the day, and I just gave them away. I never thought they'd be worth anything, and who knew? I was like, yeah, man, who knew?
Who knew?
And I'm just chatting with this guy, and we're just having a pleasant little conversation. And then he left, and I didn't think much of it. And a little bit later, maybe Rocky came in and said something about like, oh yeah, you probably saw Paulie B in here earlier. And I was like, huh? He's like, yeah. He described him like, that was Paulie B. Oh shit, really? I'm talking to the fucking guy. I had no idea. I didn't know who it was. But what a revelation when I was told, a bit later. So that was my first run in with him. Electrical tape. I got Jerry a pack of like 10 or 12 rolls of electrical tape one year for Christmas because it was if you give that man enough electrical tape, he will rule the world.
He still wraps his guitars in electrical tape. Is that just what it's for?
He wraps everything in electrical tape. Everything. The Christ the Conqueror, the big logo sword thing, that was all made with electrical tape. Like all the trim, like everything was fucking electrical tape, and it doesn't stay stock forever, unfortunately. Strawberry Christmas tree, that was an early Christmas gift that I sent to the Caiaphas, that I sent to Jerry's house. I worked at a restaurant, so I was able to get a big thing of strawberries sent in, and then we had a lot of chocolate that we could melt up. So I made chocolate dipped strawberries that I stuck onto toothpicks through the tip, and then I had one of those styrofoam cones that I now stuck all those toothpicks into the cone. So what was left was the green part facing out, and I used we had like icing that you could drizzle, so it came down like icicles all over the tree, and then I cut a midsection of star fruit out, and we sprayed it with like a lemon juice to keep it from turning brown. And I used the icing to glue that to the top. And then we had the little candy, little chocolates that are in foil wrappers that look like gifts. And I icinged them to the base that I'd made. And I made 2 of these, and I shipped them like next day UPS so they wouldn't go bad. I shipped them up here to Vernon, to the Caiaphas as like Christmas 94.
Wow.
94, maybe 95, but I'm thinking 94. You would have been 94 because 95 I'd already left for my WCW trial. So yeah, Christmas 94, I shipped those up, and that was kind of a big deal. They were like, "Holy shit, you made this!" I'm like, "Yeah, whatever."
So were you like, you must have been really blown away. I forgot about that. So you had tried out for the WCW, and now here is the band getting involved with WCW. Almost 5 years later. Like, was that like just like that must have been mind-boggling, especially because I didn't realize that I forgot that you are like you're wrestling and that you're an avid wrestler. So like what was going through your mind, or what is going through your mind like when that is all going down? Are you just like, this is fucking rad?
This is, yeah. I mean, like I said, when I was backstage and there was Chris Benoit and Dean Malenko just like talking about their matches coming up or whatever, and I'm like, whoa. And Bret Hart is like, we're helping him up the stairs onto our RV after his stroke, and I'm just like, oh my god, I can't believe I'm just like rubbing elbows with these guys. This is fucking crazy. I didn't once my dreams of being a wrestler were shattered, like my adoration of the wrestlers kind of dwindled a bit. I was coming down off it now.
Sure,
it was cool to see these guys, but like a few years earlier, and I would have been like, oh, holy shit, But it was still cool all the same.
What else is on your list there?
Let's knock it out real quick. Some of the, it'll help if I enter the right pin. We're gonna talk about this when we get back into 99, because I did see some, like, did we have some Frankenstein photos? I think Tankenstein photos.
Yeah. We didn't even talk about that. Yeah, we have to talk about the stage show. We didn't.
Yeah,
there's so much shit we skipped over, man. I mean, what the fuck?
When we talk about the stage show, I will unveil what I'm pointing next to because it's pretty cool.
Okay.
I will also talk about how I was almost burned alive.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Yeah. We never talked about Enter at Your Own Risk.
The box set?
The box set.
Well, I mean,
Dude.
I've heard of it, but I don't.
Yeah.
You know more about it? Like, tell me.
It's just that I remember. I mean, Steve and I were every issue of Thrasher. We'd read it word for word to find out any Misfit stuff that we could, and then that's where it was mentioned that coming out soon. Enter at Your Own Risk. A collection of Misfits 7-inch. I'd like a reprint of the old 7-inches. Like I guess that was going to be the thing. Never happened. Talk about getting our hopes up. Thanks, Glenn.
You know what happened, actually? That eventually, I think that's morphed into Walk Among Us 2, which then, and that's when Erie and Glenn went in to re-record a bunch of shit. And that's how we got Mephisto Waltz in the first place.
Yeah.
And then that morphed into Collection 2.
Right.
So I think, I think that was just like an evolution. But yes, that would have been that was a one of a couple of box set ideas from the late 80s, mid 80s. Glenn was like, I need to do something Misfits related for Plan 9.
Right.
At that
point
in time.
Name. Enter at Your Own Risk. I remember,
oh my God. It's been awesome.
Yeah, I remember I used to, so envelopes like this, I would spray paint them black, and I'd do more artwork in here, and I used to paint on the back in white, Enter at Your Own Risk. And that these are the kinds of things that I would send out to like record stores around the country, or like even over in England and Europe, and be like, hey, I'm Johnny Favorite. I'm John Grimm. I collect Misfits records. Let me know what you got. Because we didn't have an internet back then. That's how you had to do it.
Yeah.
I'd find their store in the back of like Spiral Scratch magazine or Maximum Rock and Roll or something, and just send them a letter and throw it out there and hope I get a call back.
Crazy.
Did we ever talk about Plan 9 long boxes that the CDs were in?
No.
You could buy a Naked Ray Gun CD in a Plan 9 long box, believe it or not.
Okay.
Somebody
explain.
I remember seeing that, and I remember asking when I sent those questions into Caroline, be like, why am I seeing Naked Ray Gun in Plan 9 long boxes? And they're like, oh, we must have just ran out of Caroline boxes at the plant and just grabbed whatever. I was like, oh, do you know why we had long boxes?
Yes, because yes. The reason why, this is crazy. I feel like I'm getting tested right now, but this is awesome. Okay, so the reason why, no, it's just funny because like because I was, I sometimes moonlight as a substitute teacher, and it's like when I'm for middle schoolers, and what's funny is that like I'm sitting here talking to these like middle schoolers like don't understand that like media used to live on like a physical disc.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like to them, it's just all intangible information that they can summon on a thing. I'm like, no, it's like this like spun on a thing that recalled the information and played an image. In any case, long story short, long boxes are when CDs became popular, began to really sell more. You had a lot of record stores that had very deep bins that hadn't converted to showcasing CDs. And so a quick fix around this infrastructure problem, because at the end of the day is if you're putting CDs inside bins that are meant for records and LPs, you can't see them. You can't see your product. It's actually a serious logistical problem.
Yeah.
You think it would be so trivial and silly to come up with a workaround for why you would need a long box in the first place. But the reality is you have thousands of stores all with this outfitted with deep LP, whatever record bins. And so how do you combat that? Well, you're not going to ask the record store to, convert their layout for CDs, which are still not maybe the highest selling product yet. Maybe cassettes are still number one. Instead, what you're going to go is here's a long box, which is a long version of a CD box that fits nifty right into the bin. And that's a very long-winded explanation, but you could scroll easier. You could, because it's pivoting on this very long box, you could kind of pull it forward and you could thumb through the way you would like kind of look at comic books or records, really.
Yeah.
And
you're You're changing how far the image is from the fulcrum, as they would say. Yeah.
Yes, yes,
Indeed.
but those two long boxes. There's not I wouldn't say that there's a feverish fan base out there, but like they are sought after items as well because
Sure.
it is a variation on the release and the artwork, and completionists need to have a long box.
The Plan 9 ones were just like plain black with like a white Plan 9 logo in like the lower right hand corner. Might have said Caroline on the back somewhere, but very, very plain. I think as were many long boxes, but they had the opening to where the disc sat, the CD sat inside, and you saw the actual disc. But then you had like the Danzig 3 long box was like it was all artwork. You didn't actually see the disc inside there. The Danzig 1 long long box. I used to have an autographed one of those that I won in that contest, the Faces Rocks contest.
Real quick. R King is saying most Misfits fans are pro wrestler fans, Jeff. I've come to learn this fact. I am not a wrestling fan. I don't have anything against wrestling. I just never followed it. I follow comic books in the way I understand that people follow wrestling the way that people follow comic book storylines. It's a very similar sort of base, and that there's a lot of overlap.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
First time I ever met Glenn after the Danzig show at the old 930 Club in 88, 89, 89, I think, early 89. He was wearing a Four Horsemen shirt. And I've certainly seen him wear, Jake Roberts DDT shirts. He was a big wrestling fan.
Well, it's funny you bring that up real quick. I have to say this because you just said this is something that I've always wondered, and Glenn will never fucking admit it to the day he fucking dies. But you have to imagine being the avid wrestling fan that he was, no matter what he felt about the Misfits in the 90s, the fact that Jerry and Doyle were wrestling on WCW.
Yeah.
Gotten such a fucking private thrill. He must have gotten such a kick, whether he had animosity or not, that to watch Jerry only in a death match, in a cage match, Dr. Death, you think the idea that Glenn Danzig didn't watch his former bandmate on TV wrestling with a wrestler is bullshit. He absolutely fucking watched it. He'll just never admit it. He'll never fully admit that he watched and probably enjoyed that shit.
You want to take a wild guess who Doyle's favorite wrestler is? Or at least was when we were first hanging out?
No, I have no clue.
You're not a wrestling guy.
Not a wrestling guy.
Mil Mascaris.
Never heard that name before in my life.
He's like, that's the greatest wrestler ever. I'm like, okay, that's a random one. That's going way back. That's a deep dive. So the upcoming note here really cements a lot of what we were talking about that division. Like you had this team on this side and Jerry on that side. The song Fiend Club, as written by Michael, from what I was told, and you might already know this, I don't know, is a dig at Jerry.
Okay, I have never heard that before, but now I'm looking up the lyrics right now.
Your hair is too long, you're too this, you're too that. That was a backhanded at
okay, here are the lyrics. Okay, it was written by Doyle and it was written by Michael Graves. We won't pretend that this is the end. We're not losers all the time. We march and we fall. We're one and for all. It's just evil all of the time. We are the Fiend Club, not you, not you. You dress so messed up. Your hair is too long, but I'm changing it all of the time. That's when Michael's like wearing blonde hair instead of the classic devil lock. We march and we fall. We're one and for all. It's just evil all the time. Blah, 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 blah. That's it. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. That's a
holy
dig.
Shit.
That is a dig.
That's a dig at Jerry. Was Jerry aware of that?
I don't know. I wasn't aware of it until I forgot who it was that told me. Might have actually been Michael. That's what that was.
Oh my God. I don't know. See, I don't understand how after Michael comes back in the band, that had to have been the beginning of a rift.
Yeah.
That had to have been it. Like that he pushed him out, that he comes back in, and that he's kind of like not, because during Famous Monsters session, which we'll talk about, that that Graves was felt like he was a hired hand. That he didn't feel like they were a band in that kind of way. 77 to 83 says, I asked Jerry at a 99 show why they didn't play that live, and he said it was too slow and poppy. I guess talking about Fiend Club, so they didn't even play that song live.
Interesting.
Wait, what? In all seriousness, I heard that Glenn was a big fan of Famous Monsters, particular Graves vocals. It was a long time ago. Don't know if it's true. I don't know. I don't know about that, man.
I mean, Graves was invited to be to come out for some Danzig shows. I mean,
are you talking about in 2009?
Something like that, yeah.
Once
I
again,
heard Michael was very mistreated by Glenn, though. Like
I heard a lot of different POVs from that very show. That was a lot of people were at that show, and I heard that. And again, this is such gossip, and this is me saying this, from what I heard, in that was a very one-sided understanding, meaning that that Graves thought that was going to be the case, and that it was not reciprocated on the other end, and and as a result, they never met. So I don't know. Again, that is me regurgitating secondhand information, just so we're aware of what I say when I say that. I don't know.
Yeah, from what I heard, it was very weird. It was not pleasant. Like Michael was told to just sit in this corner and wait, and maybe he'll be spoken to. Maybe he'll go. Like it wasn't handled well.
Yeah.
All right. So we did talk about the Black Light 7-inch, which never happened. We did talk about Bernie Wrightson and I'll Give Me a Break, but we didn't talk about actually meeting Bernie Wrightson.
That's amazing that you met him.
Oh, we watched him draw. And
wow.
His hand, first of all, I don't have a pen here, but he holds his pen like upside down, like the back of his hand is on the paper.
Really?
Like this is the pen, and he's like doing like this stuff, but his hand moves like half a dozen times before he actually puts the pen to the paper, and then there's the circle. I'm like, fucking it must take you forever to draw a picture.
And there's some detailed pictures too.
Yeah, nice, great guy, but I'd never seen somebody draw like that. We cleared up the Daniel Ray or Ed Stasium. And that might actually, the Helen Blazes model that never came to fruition. We did speak about the Glenwood Post Office. We did the Megadeth toilet paper prank. Resurrect the hard drive. Let's see what we can do, guys. And then, hey, can you rip some audio from a YouTube video for me? Then we get into that and all the Star Wars stuff that I'm doing. And then
tell everybody what the Star Wars stuff that you're doing.
So like I said, and I'm hanging out here with you guys instead of repping my deck tonight. So I've got a big championship match tomorrow. There's about a dozen of us playing with some guys coming in from out of town for this collectible card game that I'm like fucking addicted to, Star Wars Destiny. I went to Worlds back in August and I failed miserably, so I've really got to make up some lost ground here. But yeah, I've got a deck whose record right now is 21-3. But I'm going up against some new players and some pretty hardcore decks tomorrow, so I'm feeling confident, but I'm also nervous at the same time. So it's pretty scary. I wanted to do some more repping tonight against the Black Chrysanthemum deck, because that's a beast. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
I wish you the best of luck, and I hope it is a successful endeavor.
Thank you. Yeah, so Jeff's been ripping audio for me from like Star Wars things for me to sample and try and put some intro music together, because we're going to start webcasting our matches, our geek stuff. And Steve,
live stream it, man. It's like, everybody's live streaming,
That's what I built an armature, and we're going to put up our webcam. Steve told me not to worry about not being the best man. It is what. Thank you for that. And somebody else is chiming in and saying, okay. Somebody just watched Beyond the Wasteland, the documentary.
Right. Tell them about the documentary.
Yeah. So Jeff mentioned earlier that, all the cosplay stuff that I do or did. Lord Humungus from Mad Max in particular. There is a documentary that's available on Netflix. I think it's $5 to rent, $10 to own. It's called Beyond the Wasteland. It's about the Mad Max fan community in general, but specifically we follow around Bertrand Cardart, who played Clunk, one of the bikies, as they call them. We call them bikers down in Australia. They're bikies. Played one of the bikies in the first Mad Max movie. He was diagnosed with terminal cancer, and this was sort of this journey that this film crew documented was his last hurrah, going across Australia for the Mad Max 30th or 40th anniversary. And then he meets characters like myself as Lord Humungus and guys from Japan and people out at Wasteland Weekend. And it's a fascinating journey. You see some really cool, some wild stuff, but you also get some very down to earth, very heartfelt things. And hey, $5, Amazon, can't go wrong, right? So
can't go wrong. Yep. Can't go wrong. Oh my God. You know what's crazy? We've been talking, we're about to hit 4 hours and 30 minutes, and we have never dipped below. We've had a minimum of 24 people watching this entire time, upwards of 37 people, but it never dipped below 24 this entire time.
That's like 2 or 3 dozen people that just need to get a life or something. I don't know. Sorry, guys.
I'm blown away by that. We've had double that. We've had double and somewhat even triple that in the past. Yeah. But we've never had. I've never seen such a consistent, sustained thing all the way through. I mean, we're talking unprecedented 4 hours and 25 minutes. It's crazy.
That's crazy.
And I already did 5 hours, so I'm actually at the 9.5 hour mark for this week in live YouTube streaming.
Yeah, I've been doing more and more Destiny podcasts, like we did one Tuesday that just came out yesterday, and we try to cap it at an hour. And so this is like,
but you know what? Eventually, what I will do with all of this shit, and what I do when I want to what the best part about these long shows is, there's so many people that are not going to watch this that will watch clipped up versions. So at some point, I will painfully go
cut out all my stuff and just leave you.
Exactly. Precisely. Sure. No, I'll clip up the show. I'll clip up very specific segments and re-upload those as smaller chunks,
little snippets.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? The irony is that those are the little snippets will do 3 or 4 times the amount of views and watch hours than the long show. People just want 5 minutes.
Right. I mean, I
these are cumbersome conversations. Yeah.
If I can't really watch videos while I'm driving. I mean, at least I shouldn't.
Right.
But if I can listen to something that's an hour or less, I'll throw it on.
Yeah.
A lot of them are like vintage wrestling stuff. Like, did you know the worst wrestling ever was the step over toe hold? Just random shit. Just anything to just get me through my commute, and I'm good.
Yeah. Sure. No, I get it. It's funny too, because all of this stream gets turned into a podcast that it's on Spotify as a video or audio podcast. Cool. It's on Google Play. It's on Amazon Music.
Well, if you're on Spotify and you're bored enough to want to hear me talk about other stupid shit, you can always look up On the Censors. They have me on there as a guest from time to time. Their latest episode they just dropped yesterday was us talking, and sometimes we talk about a little bit of Misfits stuff, a little bit of cosplay stuff.
That's right. That's great.
A little bit of Meat Max stuff, but then we get into the Star Wars Destiny geekdom.
77 to 83. To answer your question, this never leaves YouTube. It stays up on YouTube. However, on the main channel, this will be choked with Google Sense ads. So every 7 to 8 minutes, you will hit an ad. If you want ad-free listening, you can either upgrade to YouTube Premium or whatever it's called, YouTube Red or whatever that thing is, or if you become a Patreon member, all Patreons can listen ad-free. So you get the entire stream without a single advertisement. So you won't hit any roadblocks. You watch straight through. So that is, as well as access to a lot of goodies that are not on YouTube at all. So definitely good reasons to do that. Thank you, John. I'm glad you think the show was great. Appreciate you here. And Tank, where the hell is the YouTube channel up yet? Do you have anything to direct
the stuff that Scum and Destiny will be, or it might just be Silver Sun Games, but the team is Scum and Destiny. We will, starting tomorrow, start recording some of our matches and kind of doing commentary as we go through our matches. And this is probably nothing of interest to Misfits fans, but I mean, for Star Wars and gaming fans, and be like, oh, hey, let me follow this championship matchup or whatever, best 2 out of 3, and see who takes out who. But yeah, eventually we'll get something up there.
Gotcha. Oh, okay. Never mind. 77 to 83 is a Patreon. Yeah. So Dan, 322 Dan, I don't know if you've noticed, but I actually post every live show that we do. I post ad free on the Patreon anyway. It'll be there. It'll definitely be there. So don't worry. And thank you for your support. And thank you, BJ Savage. I'm glad you enjoy the shows and that you find them entertaining. And R King, I appreciate you as well. Thank you for sticking with us.
You notice it's not just R King, it's R exclamation mark King. So it's like R King.
Oh my God, you're so fucking right. We had it wrong multiple times. It's actually R King.
Yeah, that's it. There it is. You nailed it.
You got to go back to the drawing board. R King, because every time we say your name, I'm just going to say R King.
Yeah. So again, if anybody knows anybody who might know how to resurrect a seized up hard drive, that doesn't cost $1,000 to do it. I suppose it needs to be like done in a clean room, no static, blah blah blah. There's just so much history on there. I would freaking hate to see that lost forever. You got to do something.
I'll put it out. I'll put it on the Lodi page too. I will put a little message out, see if anybody knows how to salvage hard drives and whatnot. And if you want, I can maybe they can leave their email in the comments, and I can pass you along those emails, and you can contact them if you feel like it.
You know, it's going. We mentioned Sid Vicious just a little bit ago, Jerry's Boots. Potentially, I don't know where the originals, maybe Rocky still has them somewhere, but as far as I know, like possibly the last known photos taken of Sid Vicious the night that he died, they're on that hard drive. They're blurry.
Crazy.
They're blurry because they were taken by Jerry with Rocky's camera, so Jerry didn't know how to do the settings or whatever.
Wait a minute, I know those photos.
Yeah, you've seen them.
Those photos are, okay. So those were taken on the night. Wait a minute, those photos were actually taken by Jerry, and they were taken the night Sid Vicious died.
Yeah,
at a show. So I didn't know Sid Vicious played a show the night he died.
Yeah, and then after the show, they were hanging out at the Chelsea Hotel or wherever it was, and Sid was passed out in the bathroom on heroin, and Jerry was like, "Hey," to Sid's buddies, and "Hey, shouldn't we do something?" Like, nah, he's like that every night. Just leave him alone. And so Jerry did what they said, and he has forever regretted that.
It's crazy. It is so insane. I didn't know those were taken by. I wasn't sure when those were taken. I knew they were Sid Vicious photos, but I didn't know those were taken on the night that the night before he died.
Yep.
Yeah, they did not come out.
No, they're blurry. The lighting is coming. It's if you don't with a high end like SLR, if you don't know what you're doing, your photos are going to look like that. But they are photos of Sid, and like I said, they could possibly be some of the last known photos ever taken of him.
It's crazy, and that's in jeopardy right now.
I don't know where the originals are anymore. So they were on there.
Okay, well, we gotta figure out, make sure that something is done, figure it all out, and is there anything else that we need to say that has not been said here tonight?
I don't believe so. We went through my list. I think we touched on everything in the list. I'm sure that the next list I come up with will be even longer. But I think we're good. We're gonna get back into 99. We're gonna talk about
Right.
Tankenstein and the stuff I've got sitting right here to share. So yeah.
And well, that'll take us through. I'd imagine we probably have 2 or 3 more episodes. Hopefully we can get done. I don't know. We'll see.
The thing you pulled up tonight, I mean, ended up making this a much longer episode, but it's going through those dates and those specifics helps me go, oh,
it's better,
yeah,
man.
That's right.
It's better that way. We did it the right way.
For those who really want to know everything, that's the only way to do it.
It's also, you know what? It's also that's kind of like the fault too, because I was so focused on that thing that I wasn't thinking about all that other shit that's not even mentioned.
Yeah.
That we didn't mention like that. So it was also kind of a problem a little bit, but that's okay. That's okay. You know what we can do actually?
Listen, you're welcome. Those who aren't, well, sorry.
Well, you know what else we'll do? Maybe we'll pull out the Teenagers from Mars book. I have scans of that. And maybe we can pull up some of those photos and it will jog your memory as well. So I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Did we ever even talk about the night I got my teenagers autographed?
No, we did. We never spoke about are you talking about where you got all 4 signatures?
The first one was Glenn's. I knew better. I knew I had to get him first and then everybody else would follow suit.
Right, but that was okay. I have definitely heard that story, but I don't know if we ever told that story on the show. Yeah. So we should tell that story too. That's a good story.
Yeah.
All right, so we got our work cut out for us. I'll be in touch. We'll probably maybe I'll be in touch. December might be a little difficult. Maybe we'll pick it back up in January.
Yeah. Plus, you and I have like a Star Wars intro to work on or something stupid like that.
Yeah, that's true. I listen. Tank has given me so much of his friggin' time here and provided such great content that I'm helping him with his intro. And so maybe it's good. We'll wait until like January and at least we'll wait until January to like schedule something and we'll do it. And this has been it's crazy. Do you know, it'll be almost a year since we started this journey.
God, really?
It'll be almost a year.
Jeez.
We did the first one and then we waited a ton of time, like a bunch of months.
Yeah.
Then we did part 2.
Yep.
And now, I mean, it's November and we've done part 3. It's crazy. Jeez. I didn't think it would take us this long.
Well, we're popular guys. It's hard to nail us down.
Yeah, but what's funny is we've now logged. Okay, this was 8. We're at 8.5 plus 3 or 3.5 hours. So we're now reached 11 hours.
Jesus Christ. I got to start charging by the hour, man. I got to up my rates. This is ridiculous.
Oh, don't worry. I'll make up for it with that Star Wars intro. We'll make this up real nice.
It's funny. Every time we do this, like you have the same backdrop and I'm always in like some new location. Next time I'll be like outside somewhere. I don't know. I'll be locked out.
Yeah. I try to keep it consistent.
I know.
As possible.
I got to get like a green screen or something. This is a horrible background.
Well, I'll tell you something. Once I have the resources to upgrade my system, I plan I wish I could like actually watch video live. There's just so much shit I can't do because of how slow my bandwidth is right now. It's a miracle that I could do what we're doing right now. Yeah. But once I get that all set up, and I will, it's going to be a whole new ball game.
Yeah, you can't do Jeff Frumess Theater 3000 without like high bandwidth. I mean, come on.
Definitely cannot. It's a problem. All right. I really want to thank my guest again, Tank. Give Tank a round of applause. And if you guys do know how to fix a hard drive, please get in touch.
Put word out.
Send an email to videobusinessmedia@gmail.com. And if Tank feels that you are worthy and qualified, I will put you in touch and we'll figure it out, something like that. And we'll see you next time. We have a nice way of saying goodbye here on the channel. It's midnight. Jesus Christ. Start at 7:00.
Good God.
We say peace and hair grease. I'm not going to do the Patreon bit tonight because the show is already too long, but go check out the Patreon and all those beautiful things. Say goodbye, Tank.
Goodbye, Tank.
Goodbye, Tank.